And we learned that Jonah does have a little bit of a sensitive stomach, which is why his dad wasn't giving him a hot dog, but he did give him plenty of treats. Look at I love it. They have a hot dog stuffy there for him too. Look at he's
face.
like, man, I don't care that my stomach hurts when I eat that.
I just want that dog.
So cute. Love it. All right, we are out of time. Thanks for joining us for Good Day Orlando Extra today, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. What time, Steph?
4 a.m. I'll see you then.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you right to Osceola County, where Sheriff Chris Blackmon is joined by officials with the U.S. Marshals Service, announcing the results of Operation Silver Spurs. 126 people arrested in a month-long joint operation focused on catching sexual offenders. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
County. This operation would not have been possible without our partners. I want to thank the Florida Department of Corrections for outstanding collaboration and Chief Neely of the Osceola County Jail, who professionally processed 126 arrestees for us. That's a lot to process in 1 month. To Marshal Berger, Lieutenant Governor Collins, and all of our local, state, and federal partners, thank you for standing with us. To the registered offenders and predators living in Osceola County, let Operation Silver Spur be your warning. If you violate the law, hide a phone, conceal a social media account, or attempt to disappear, we will do everything we can in our power legally to find you and put you in jail. Once again, the hunters will become the hunted. And the residents of Osceola County know this, please. Your sheriff's office is watching, working, and taking proactive action every day to keep your neighborhood safe. We are bringing the full weight of local, state, and federal law enforcement against anyone who preys on the vulnerable. Let this message echo across Osceola County. If you break the law across Osceola County, we will find you. If you threaten our families, we will stop you. The watch never ends, and neither will our commitment to protecting this community. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins.
Thank you, Chris. Well, it's great to be here today. And first off, I just want to say thank you to the marshals. Thank you for your dedication, your collaboration, your cooperation. But more than anything else, I want to say thank you for doing what protects our people every day that matters. Sheriff Blackmon and the entire team assembled around us, incredible leaders in the community. You are very lucky to have Chris here. You really are. And I think it's always worth saying that when Governor Ron DeSantis appointed him, we knew where his moral compass was. We knew that he took the job seriously. We knew he prioritized people. And you see that result playing out here. He has held the line, he's inspired people, and you see the community becoming safer. As a lieutenant governor of the great state of Florida, I get to serve 23.5 million people every single day. It's not something we take for granted. Governor Ron DeSantis and myself are the only team that are both combat veterans. Why is that important? Because we understand our job is to protect our people, our way of life, and make sure we maintain this for the next generation. Everything in our community starts with safety. And the men and women you see assembled behind us, and everywhere in our 67 counties who hold that line, who keep our community safe, they're community heroes. And I want there to be no equivocation whatsoever when you hear this. We stand alongside our men and women of law enforcement, federal, state, and local. We have your back. Hard stop. What you see here is incredibly hard work, detailed planning and follow-through, holding people accountable. When you heard Sheriff Blackmon talk about this, when he got appointed, he said his job was to take care of those who are at risk, who are vulnerable, children and the elderly. And he's followed through on that and so much more. But let's talk about sexual predators for what they are. This is not a small issue. It is a very bedrock of a strong, safe community, and I applaud everybody here. To our state probation team and corrections, you often don't get enough credit for what you do, and I know that you work very hard, and I just want you to hear it from me. We have your back, again, without equivocation. You put in the long hours, you do incredible things. And under our watch, this will never wane. Now, I have the opportunity to introduce Colleen Brady. She's with the state probation team, and we met her in the back there just a little bit. Multiple decades of experience out there doing this job. She is a subject matter expert. And I want to close with one simple thing. Our principles guide our policy in Florida. Our policy doesn't make our principles sway. What you see is a result of standing on principles, values, and the dedicated people behind us. Take time out of your day to thank our men and women of law enforcement every day. We live in a great state, largely because of how they protect us and keep us safe. Ms. Colleen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. I'm, again, Colleen Brady on behalf of the Florida Department of Corrections. The highest priority is protecting the citizens of Florida through our commitment to public safety. Our continued partnerships with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and the United States Marshals Service demonstrates what can be accomplished when law enforcement agencies work together toward a common goal. I want to personally thank my office manager, Lisa Barker, and her staff of probation officers for the commitment, the dedication, professionalism, and collaboration efforts they did. Their commitment to this partnership plays a vital role in our enhancing our public safety and helping keep Osceola County community safe for all who live, work, and visit here. Thank you.
That concludes the actual press conference. You guys have any questions for anybody up here for Marshal Berger, Lieutenant Governor Collins, or Ms. Brady? No?
Were there any individuals that received help from people in absconding or evading compliance? In this arrest, 126 people, are there any instances where someone may have received help from someone?
Yes. Yes.
Can you tell us?
No, it's still under investigation. I can't go there.
You mentioned it's like 126 arrests, and my numbers are about 600 and some in the database in Osceola County. That comes up about 1 in 5. Is that a number that concerns you or anybody else that's up there? I mean, that's like 20%.
One concerns me, but 667 of them out there walking around amongst us is scary. And again, that's our job as a sheriff's office and other agencies in the Marshal Service, is to do our job, find them, and remove them from society. If they can't comply with the restrictions that are placed on them by the courts, then we're going to do our job.
Right. But a fifth of them had to be arrested to teach.
Well, they were in violation of the law, so we had to arrest them on the charges that are there. This isn't a one-time deal. We're going to continue doing this again and again. We're mandated by law to do this every quarter. We have to check the predators. We also have to check the offenders. So this is something that's going to ongoing process that we'll continue to do as the law requires us to do. But the number is ridiculously high. I wish I could report to you it was 1, but 667 in Osceola County is a high number. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
The Osceola County Sheriff giving updates on this Operation Silver Spurs that was focused on catching sexual offenders. All of them are either convicted or they pleaded guilty to sexual offenses, and so they are required, obviously, to register for that, but they failed to do so. That's what led to their arrest, according to the sheriff in that news conference, where he was joined by the U.S. Marshals Service and also by the Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, who we heard speak briefly there in that news conference that just wrapped up at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. 126 arrests there in this operation, and we're also expecting an update from the sheriff here momentarily, talking about this 2-year-old boy from Georgia that was shot at an apartment complex in Osceola County yesterday. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We have been listening into that news conference in Osceola County, where we heard from the sheriff and officials talking about this Operation Silver Spurs. We are still expecting the sheriff to take some questions and give us an update on the situation where a 2-year-old was shot and killed at an apartment complex in Osceola County yesterday. Let me show you some of the video from the scene there while we're waiting on him to begin. They've been taking some photos with the lieutenant governor. So we'll get you back to Osceola County here in just a moment. Here's some video of the scene yesterday. A 2-year-old boy from Georgia, we learned has died after he was shot at a apartment complex Sunday afternoon. Police have not identified anything about suspects or what the situation was, but this apartment complex on Scrapbook Street, they responded around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Again, you can see from our vantage point there, and again, this is not live, this is a video from the scene yesterday. You can see a number of police cruisers and investigators on the scene there. The 2-year-old boy was found shot there, taken to the hospital where he died of those injuries. But again, no information about the circumstances surrounding that, and we're hoping for new information from the sheriff right now. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
We were advised there was a shooting. Upon our arrival on the scene, law enforcement, we located a 2-year-old male with a gunshot wound. The emergency personnel provided life-saving measures to the child. He was transported to Arnold Palmer Hospital, where later he was pronounced deceased. The Osceola County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit was contacted and responded to the scene. According to investigation, a 4-year-old family member located an unsecured firearm inside of the vehicle and discharged it, striking the 2-year-old. That was also inside of the vehicle. The family had just arrived and were visiting here from Georgia. The medical examiner's office and the Department of Children and Families are notified, and our investigation is ongoing. So if you have any questions, go ahead.
Sorry, Sheriff, you said the child located the unsecured firearm?
The 4-year-old found the firearm in the vehicle, unsecured, retrieved it, and discharged the firearm, striking the 2-year-old and subsequently killing the child.
Where
The gun belonged to?
No.
Where did the gun hit the 2-year-old?
The gun did not. You mean the bullet?
Yeah.
It struck the child. I'm not sure exactly where, but it was fatal injuries to the child.
Were the 4- and 2-year-old alone in the vehicle at the time?
Yes.
Assuming they're related?
I think they are distantly, but they're not brother sister.
What kind of gun was it?
So it's still investigating. I mean, it literally just happened yesterday. It's not even 24 hours old yet. A lot of it's under investigation. Go ahead.
The 4-year-old was a girl.
2 boys.
Could there be charges for that weapon?
Probably so, but it's initially, we're just in the beginning of the investigation. We actually have a meeting today with the state attorney to discuss the case as well. So there's further discussion there.
Are there any tips or anything about gun safety?
Yeah, we did that. We did that here. We did that here a few months ago. And I stood here and held this thing up, and I know the family's from Georgia, but to your families here, we've got these gun locks right here. This is so simple to put on, and it would stop that problem from happening. The gun was unsecured. I would think if it's in a holster, maybe make it harder for the child to manipulate as well, but it's literally laying out by itself. So it's easy to grab, and you pull the trigger, and you can't recall that. It's not a video game. You can't hit reset and start over. Once you pull that trigger, that projectile is going somewhere, and this one hit a 2-year-old and killed it. So this is a very, very simple. Amazon has these. You can buy them anywhere online. I think they were, what did we say, $5? Not $5 on Amazon, shipped to you. So it's worth the investment to put these on the guns. We did a demo here, or gave them away back a couple of months ago. with one of our doctors here, a neurosurgeon who does surgery on children for gunshot wounds, and we gave them away in our parking lot for free. And we have these here. If people want to stop by the sheriff's office and pick them up, we give these away for free. And if it can save one life, it's worth that investment to us.
Was the family, do you know where in Georgia the family was from?
Do not.
Were they here for
Vacation.
Disney?
Vacation.
I understand that they arrived yesterday. This was all happened. When
Correct.
They arrived.
Correct.
Do we have any idea where was the gun in the glove compartment? Was sitting on the seat?
No, it was just laid out. It was literally in the open.
Do you know who called 911?
I do not.
And then to confirm, the children were unsupervised in the car at the time?
Correct. Okay.
You hold that up over.
Yes, sir. The gun lock. Again, this is a $5 device, and we give them away for free. Okay, thank you.
Sheriff Chris Blackmon giving an update about that 2-year-old shot and killed. We now know that the 2-year-old was shot accidentally by a 4-year-old who grabbed a gun inside the car there. They said it was unsecured, apparently just out in the open there. This was a family from Georgia that had just arrived from vacation or for vacation. There is the chance that charges are filed in this incident. You heard the sheriff say that they are meeting with the state attorney or have met with the state attorney today. And then he also talked and showed the gun lock. It's just a small, simple, cheap device that could save lives. The sheriff saying this is not a video game. Once you pull the trigger there, you can't hit reset and start over. And just a tragic case, a tragic accident that happened in Osceola County yesterday, and a 2-year-old boy from Georgia now dead because of it after being shot by a 4-year-old. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, whatting the story here? We're starting a new week, new pattern, or are things kind of staying the same for us?
We're going to definitely see a little bit of a shift over the next couple of days. It's going to be drier gradually and then also hotter. So, yeah, right. That's what everybody wants to hear. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a gradual shift and change in terms of what we're seeing. We've been seeing some showers this morning, mostly just outside of our hair, a little to our north, and then also just a bit to the south when it comes to a few of these passing showers. But generally speaking, things have been pretty light out there. We are going to see, though, heavier rain encompass parts of the area this afternoon. This will likely be one of the rainier days of the next couple, and really of the week so far, because we're going to have some Saharan dust move in, which we'll talk more on that here in a little bit. But as we get closer towards about noon, 1 o'clock, a couple of these isolated downpours will begin to bubble up and pop up on the radar. We've had, again, a couple of lighter showers, but as we get closer towards the peak heating of the day, meaning when we have the hottest of the temperatures, that's when we'll really notice things taking off and blossoming in terms of showers and storms. So by about 3 and 4 o'clock, you'll really notice it. We do have pockets of pinks and reds showing up, maybe even a little bit of purple. That means some really heavy rain will be possible, along with some gusty winds. So that's something to keep in mind. And of course, lots of lightning, as you probably have heard the last week or so. So when it comes to about 5 o'clock, still seeing pretty scattered. There's not really one area in particular that is going to see a higher chance of rain than another. So if you're heading out to the beach or staying inland regardless, it looks like you're going to have a pretty decent shot of seeing rain at least at some point. At the very least, I would say a passing shower and some clouds, if not a full-blown thunderstorm, even if it's a brief one. And this will last all the way through about 7, 8 o'clock. And I really think best chances of rain today will be between the hours of about 2 o'clock and around 8 o'clock tonight, just for some perspective and a range there. By 10 o'clock, we'll still be seeing some lingering, steadier rain, not quite as heavy or intense in the storm threshold, but we will still have some lingering showers. These will clear out overnight, and likely after midnight we should be pretty dry. The Storm Prediction Center, though, has outlined us under a level 1 out of 5 risk for seeing a couple of strong to severe storms. This is the lowest on the scale, so again, 1 out of 5. And they essentially just issued this because we could see some gustier storms with winds as high as, say, 50 and 60 miles per hour. Heavy rain, of course, is going to be another factor, along with some of that lightning. And so the lightning can be, of course, dangerous. And even when I was out at the beach this past week, the lifeguards were out with the speakers saying, hey, get off the beach. They were sounding the alarms they have for lightning in the area, because a tent and an umbrella is not enough to keep you safe from lightning. Even some of the pavilions, you really want to seek shelter indoors, maybe in a bathroom or just an enclosed area, because that's going to be your best bet in terms of staying safe. So again, just something to keep in mind today. Again, low risk of strong storms, but there is the potential. Very, very normal for us to see this time of year in Florida. Temperature-wise, it's going to be hot and humid, still mid-90s for highs, a high of 94 today in Orlando to be exact. 60% chance of rain. You'll see that really peaking by about 3, 4, 5 o'clock. And again, best chances of rain will take place between about 2 and I would say 7, 8 o'clock tonight. After that, things will taper off gradually. So high temperatures across the board, pretty much in the low middle 90s. 94, as I mentioned, in Orlando to Claremont, 95 in Kissimmee, 95 in St. Cloud. And once we do factor in the humidity, of course, it'll feel even hotter than that. Anywhere from about 102 to 105 is what it will feel like today. So just not a very comfortable day by any means. If you have plans to be outside, I would definitely recommend doing them before, say, 1 o'clock if you can. 2 o'clock probably at the latest, because after 2 o'clock, that's where you're going to have a tougher time, not only with the heat, but also the showers and storms you'll have to dodge along the way. So we talked about lowering chances of showers and storms. That's really going to take place through the rest of this week. We'll see about a 40% chance tomorrow, 30% chance for Wednesday, and then a 20% chance Thursday and Friday. This is going to be largely due to the Saharan dust that's going to continue to filter in. We had some last week. We'll see some more this week. And sometimes it can, for one, cause our lightning to be a little louder and more thunderous, but we also have the potential of reduced air quality. Yes, more vivid sunrises and sunsets too, but air quality, if you're allergic to dust or just have allergens as a whole, if you spend a lot of time outside, then yeah, you might be feeling it just a little bit when it comes to needing maybe an extra dose of some allergy medicine, things like that. So something to keep in mind as we head throughout the next couple of days, especially because we will see this plume kind of roll in over the course of this week, and that will help to keep a lid on our rain and storm chances just as a whole as we head towards the end of this week. Does look possible that we'll see it kind of start to clear out by the weekend, so that would bring with it higher chances of showers and storms. So we're going to be hotter and drier by Thursday and Friday, even Wednesday, a high of 96, 97 for Thursday and Friday, only a 20% chance of rain. So yes, we still have some shower and storm chances. It just won't be nearly as widespread or as washed out. Very similar to like what we saw last week, and then we'll see chances pick back up for the weekend. But still hot, humid, very July-like. We normally see some dust this time of year, and it is a good thing in many aspects because it does help to keep our hurricane season from any development. From really, it helps prevent that, I should say.
Well, we have definitely seen how it has made the thunder and lightning. I mean, it's been quite crazy the past few days.
Rattles the windows.
Yeah.
It will get really loud. So, and there are not many things with weather that scare me. Lightning is the one thing I do not mess around with, because we can predict a thunderstorm, yes, but exactly where a lightning bolt will strike, that's a whole other side of the equation, and those can be deadly. So I really stress to a lot of people, just be really, really careful.
Well, and we've seen examples just in the past few days of, the lightning kind of, striking pretty far out from the storm.
Yes.
I know it's something that you guys always warn about the potential of, and we've seen examples of that just, quite a bit in the past few days.
When I was really shocked by, whenever I went to the beach this past week, by the amount of people who were still out when it was like pretty consistent, very close by lightning. And I was like, oh my gosh. And thankfully the lifeguards did come through and kind of clear out the beach and say, hey, you've got to head somewhere else. You cannot stay on the beach, and these umbrellas will not protect you. And they were like, we just had an incident of someone getting struck recently. So I think it's really important for people to take seriously. It's one of the few things. You just don't want to mess with it. So for sure want to play it safe. And we do see those bolts we call them bolts from the blue, but they can be as far as 10 miles outside of the main thunderstorm. So if you hear the thunder, just head inside.
That's the safe way to go. Yep. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. And before we go to break here, let me give you a live look right now in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is Citizens Bank Ballpark, the home of the Philadelphia Phillies and the site of the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, which is set for tomorrow evening. You'll be able to watch that on Fox 35. Now, tonight is the Home Run Derby. That is streaming live on Netflix tonight. Tampa Bay Rays third baseman Junior Caminero among the participants in that. Well, we are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus on this Monday morning, right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We have much more to come over the next little bit, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are standing by for a virtual news conference that's set to begin any minute now, where the Florida Democratic Party is going to lay out what they call their path to victory this election cycle. This comes ahead of their Leadership Blue annual party gathering that kicks off on Friday, and so they are talking today. They say they are going to outline some of the momentum that they believe is behind their effort, some of the data that they say is kind of pushing their optimism when it comes to this election cycle, and then also talking about their strategy to compete here in Florida. So this is a news conference going to be held by Nikki Fried, who is chair of the Florida Democratic Party, a couple of other leaders as well, including in the state Senate and state House, a couple of the Democratic leaders in those chambers, and then one of their communications advisors as well, going to be speaking at this virtual news conference that is set to begin at 11:30. Has not gotten underway just yet. We will get you to that when it does begin. I also want to highlight for you a post on social media from the chair of the state Republican Party responding to this news conference, saying, "Today, the Florida Dems are going to hold a press conference on their path to victory. I'll help out. There isn't one." That's Evan Power with that statement on social media ahead of this news conference that is slated to begin any minute now. Meanwhile, Ashley Moody, who is our senator, one of our two U.S. senators from the state here in Florida, was in Kissimmee today speaking at an event that was looking at a couple of things. So she was joined by the acting attorney general. She was joined by the DEA administrator. She was joined by the Seminole County sheriff as well for this Fentanyl Free America summit that's going on in Kissimmee today. I want to play for you. She just made some brief opening remarks before a panel discussion. I want to play for you what we heard from Senator Moody just a few minutes ago.
I think it's so fitting that you're here for this inaugural summit in the state that led the effort in calling for the narco-terrorist organizations to be designated as such, that moved and pushed and pleaded with the last administration to declare fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction, and President Trump did both immediately upon taking office. But I want to commend Senator Graham for just a moment. This is the first thing I've done publicly since we heard the devastating news early yesterday morning. Senator Graham served on the Judiciary Committee with me. He was certainly one of the more senior members. For those of you that don't know, as Senator number 98 out of 100, I was the most junior member on Judiciary. One of the loudest, but the most junior. He was one of the first to push to naming fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. He was aggressive at calling out the cartel organizations, wanting them to be declared terrorist organizations, and he was very vocal and effective and influential in getting the Halt Fentanyl Act passed. Lindsey Graham's career in pushing to strengthen penalties against traffickers and keep drugs out of our communities, that is another legacy that many aren't talking about today. But I wanted, in this room, with this crowd, to remember that man and who he was and what he saw as a prosecutor and as a faithful public servant, and what he did in this effort to make this nation a zero-tolerance state for drug overdose and drug trafficking. So this morning, in saying thank you to you, I also say thank you to Senator Graham for a life spent protecting others and a life spent serving faithfully his country, and so many of you in this room who shared his mission. Thank you so much. I hope you have a fabulous, successful summit, and I am so honored and humbled you would invite me to join you today. Thank you so much.
That's Senator Moody speaking at the Fentanyl Free America Summit just moments ago. There was a panel discussion as well that focused more on some of the issues about drugs and fentanyl and the opioid crisis here in Central Florida specifically. We'll get you to that coming up in a little bit as well. But we heard some of the comments from Senator Moody about Lindsey Graham, the late senator from South Carolina who died suddenly over the weekend. We're going to be speaking as well with Florida Senator Rick Scott later this afternoon. That's set for 2:35. So this afternoon on Florida Live, our 2 o'clock hour, we'll speak with him. We're going to talk with him about Lindsey Graham and his relationship with him. We're also going to talk with Senator Scott about the war in Iran, some major developments with that, and a number of other things as well. So we're going to hear from both of our U.S. senators here in Florida today on Fox 35 News Plus. Now, we are still standing by for that Florida Democratic Party news conference that is set to begin any minute now. And so we are watching for that, and we'll get you to that once it begins. But right now, I want to get you inside a courtroom earlier today where Tyler Fite was in court for a trial on a probation violation. If that name sounds familiar to you, it's because he was accused in a jogging attack in College Park back in April of 2025, was released on probation as part of a plea deal in that, and then was rearrested in December and was actually just accused recently of hitting a corrections officer July 1st. So he was in court today. So we'll get you inside the courtroom for that coming up in just a little bit, because right now I want to get you inside this Florida Democratic Party news conference where we are expecting to hear from a number of officials with the State Democratic Party, including the chair, Nikki Fried, as well as Tracy Davis, who is the Senate Democratic Leader Designate, and Christine Hunchowski, who is the House Democratic Leader Designate as well. So the Florida Dems going to outline what they believe their path to victory is with the upcoming election. Again, you heard the comment from the Republican Party chair saying there isn't a path to victory. Let's see what Democratic Party chair Nikki Fried says as she speaks live right now.
And we are going to break it this cycle. Since 2024, Democrats have flipped more than 30 seats across our state. That is 18 months of steady wins in districts that look nothing alike. Eileen Higgins, Emily Gregory, and Brian Nathan, each one in very different kinds of places. Those wins are the product of a Florida Democratic Party and the leader designates besides me today doing the work to turn momentum into real results. We built a year-round program called Pendulum, staffed to do this work every single day of the year, and it's already delivering results. More than 3,000 volunteers have joined us to reach 1.5 million voters by phone and at the door already this cycle. Since November 2024, more than 1,600 Floridians have come to us wanting to run for office, nearly double the previous cycle. And we flipped Escambia County blue for the first time in decades. Our vote by mail advantage over Republicans now stands at 138,000 and growing. Those are real ballots from real voters banked by an organization built to last. The National Party has noticed more than $20 million has already been decided and national resources are flowing into Florida because they know the state is worth a real investment. For years, Florida was a state Democrats drove past on the way to somewhere else. That is over. Our second pillar is Take Back Local. It puts real money, real strategy, and real voter contact behind candidates in local races that too often get left behind to fend for themselves, giving voters a real reason to show up and support Democrats up and down the ballot. In the last year alone, our Take Back Local candidates won at a 76% rate. In March, Keith Givens won a seat on the Maitland City Council and became the first Black council member in that city's history. In November, Brian Bain became our first LGBTQ+ commissioner in Claremont's history, and we flipped that city commission to Democrat control in a county Trump won by 25 points. And in Boca Raton, Andy Thomas won his race, but for mayor, 5 votes. 5 votes
having some issues.
Decided that race bigger. A bench of battle-tested Democrats. These are candidates who have knocked the doors, made their cases to voters, and won. They are the ones who will run for the legislature next. They run with a track record, a volunteer base, and the proof that they can win. You break a supermajority through dozens of disciplined, well-run local campaigns, and that is exactly what we are doing. In 2026, we take this to scale. We build a coordinated campaign with our top-of-the-ticket candidates and run a ground game that lifts every Democrat on the ballot. That means doors are being knocked and town halls held in every corner of our state, including our rural parts. Last cycle, we launched our Front Porch Swing tour and drove straight into towns from Cedar Key to Keystone Heights, sitting down with farmers and families no one had ever bothered to ask for their vote and what was on their minds. We are going back because a Florida majority runs through every kind of community, the small towns as much as the big cities. So here is a choice in front of voters. Republicans have run this state for nearly 30 years, and they have made it a place working people can no longer afford. They've made Florida the worst state in America for renters and dead last in the country for teacher pay. Families who want to buy a home can't save for a down payment because this majority stopped building affordable homes years ago. People are losing their health care. These failures all trace back to the same place: leaders who serve their donors and themselves. Floridians cannot afford this kind of corruption. They cannot afford another day of leaders who have stopped working for them. We are offering something different. Democrats will build the affordable homes this state needs and protect people's health care. That is the difference, and voters can feel it. I want to make the full case next week, and I will do so this week at the Leadership Blue. And I hope all of you are coming. You can still get your press credentials. Democrats are building a Florida that you can afford. So now I'd like to turn over to my other partner in crime, over to our Senate designate, leader designate, Senator Tracy Davis. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Freed. I know that title is a lot to say. I have trouble saying it myself. Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Tracy Davis from the bold new city of Jacksonville, Florida, and I am the leader designate of the Senate Democratic Caucus. In this role, I'm charged with coordinating campaigns to bring more Democratic senators back to Tallahassee with me when we return in November. And let me tell you, I could not feel more blessed. Because my job is to recruit candidates who will win tough races across the state. And this year, people are more fired up than ever to be part of breaking the Republican supermajority in the Senate. Throughout Florida, working families and seniors are feeling the impact of our Republican affordability crisis that has raised the cost of housing, insurance, health care, and everyday goods people need to get by, like groceries and gas. Despite people working harder than ever, our colleagues across the aisle have spent their time in Tallahassee playing partisan politics, chasing clicks on social media, and doing favors for their big corporate donors instead of putting forward practical solutions to solve real issues facing our constituents. Floridians are taking notice, and they're paying attention. We've had incredible candidates step up to run because they're fed up with the chaos and corruption they're seeing in Tallahassee. These candidates are leaders in their communities who have close ties to the folks they want to represent and who understand that it's time to put working families, youth, veterans, and seniors first. Our Democratic caucuses have been relentlessly focused on lowering costs for people across the state. Our agenda included cutting costs with property insurance and holding insurance companies accountable, investing in working people by giving them the tools they need to thrive, and cutting taxes to put more money you've earned back in your pocket instead of making it easier to buy a home. That's the message we're taking to the voters in battlegrounds. and across the state. We're letting Floridians know that they're the heroes in their story, and they deserve elected leaders who understand who they're supposed to serve when they're in Tallahassee. But because we have folks not focused on helping people, we saw attacks on the freedom to vote with an illegal mid-decade redistricting that put the power of Black and brown communities in their crosshairs, simply in the unknown. Make no mistake, though, those communities took notice. They're paying attention, and they are fired up and ready to go to the polls and fight back. Far too long, Floridians may have felt like they didn't that they didn't have a real choice when they cast their ballot. That's why we've made the strategic investments in the on-ground organizing needed to show them that they are Democrats ready to be their voice in these fights. Over the last year and a half, we've seen those results. We're proud to welcome Senator Brian Nathan to our caucus, who won his election in March. Despite being outspent by 10-1 with a message of fighting for working people and practical solutions to improve their lives. That's the promise Democrats are making to Floridians. You are our priority, and we will always put your needs first. 2024 was a disappointing year in our state, with races for the legislature decided by just a few hundred votes in some places, and in an environment that didn't favor Democrats at all. This year is different, very different. And we have put in place the programs needed to capitalize and break these supermajorities once and for all. So Floridians know this. If you want fighters on your behalf in Tallahassee, if you're tired of the chaos and the corruption, if you're sick of feeling like those with money and power are getting special treatment from your state government, the alternatives are here, and they're called Democrats. We're ready to fight, and we're going to win. Thank you. Now let's turn this over to the House Democratic Leader-Designate, Representative Christine Hachowski, to tell you more about how we're going to do it.
Thank you so much, Senator Davis. Those words were incredibly inspiring, and it's such a pleasure to be here this morning to talk about the great work our Democratic candidates are doing across the state. My name is Christine Hunchofsky. I'm a state representative for District 95, and I'm also the leader designate for the House Democratic Caucus. Like Senator Davis, this means it's my job to recruit candidates, support our incumbents, and develop a program that puts Democrats in the best position possible to maximize our gains at the ballot box this fall. For those who don't know me well, my background is in local government and volunteering in the community. Before serving the great people of District 95 in the House, I coached Little League, I coached soccer. I was also very active in our church and in our HOA and throughout the community. Then I was also a city commissioner, a vice mayor, and mayor for the resilient and strong city of Parkland. In those roles, you're close to the people you serve every day. You hear their concerns, you share their victories and their defeats, and you put politics aside to get things done. When you're connected to your local community, there isn't a grocery store or a restaurant or a park you can go to without hearing people's concerns firsthand. And unfortunately, so many of our Republican colleagues across the aisle seem to forget who they serve when they hit the line in Tallahassee, because potholes don't fill themselves, garbage doesn't get picked up on its own, and the real issues that people bring to you to solve don't go away without taking action to solve them. So many get lost when they get up to Tallahassee and start thinking they serve leadership instead of serving the people who elected them. They'd rather spend their time in the Capitol trying to divide people with attacks on the communities they're supposed to serve, with political stunts that'll get them on the news, but they're not working to lower the costs that are hitting working families and seniors every day. And they're not working on legislation that they're working on legislation that makes it harder to vote so they don't have to face the consequences. None of that is making life better for Floridians. To put it simply, the majority is doing a lot of show and not a lot of results for the people we serve. I'm a workhorse. I've been working since I got here, and the Democrats we've recruited to run in this year are also workhorses. Floridians want actual leaders who know their communities and who are connected to the values that define them and who believe in creating a brighter future for us all. And they don't want people who forget that as soon as they get elected and are seated in the Florida House. They want working moms, teachers, small business owners, youth sports coaches, and healthcare workers. They want people who can tell them how much their prices have gone up at the grocery store because they're living it with them every single day. They want people who know what it means when their kids' after-school programs get cut or when their baseball fields are run down and no longer available for Little League. They want to know people who understand that family vacations are canceled because people have worked so hard to pay for skyrocketing property insurance. People like Emily Gregory, who flipped a seat the president won by 11% in 2024. She showed her community that she was one of them, and that once in office, she would be laser focused on their priorities of lowering costs, raising wages, and building a brighter future for her constituents. That's who the Democrats are running for state legislature. And those are the values they will bring with them to Tallahassee when we win in the fall. And these are also people who will not forget those promises and will not forget their values and will never forget the people they serve. It's why our candidates are out there in the midst of the blazing hot summer, knocking on doors, attending community events, and building those connections that let voters know that they're showing up, they're listening, and they will be there once they get into office. Because structural change doesn't happen by accident or riding the coattails of others. It happens by putting in the work and showing the people of Florida that while Republicans have been focused on themselves and their donors, we are focused on you. It's time to stop with the division, the chaos, and the circus, and to remember who we're fighting for each and every day. The choice couldn't be clearer between a more affordable future or more of the same failed Republican policies that got us into this cost of living mess in the first place. Now I'll hand it off to Anders Croy to talk about the data behind why this year is shaping up to be a great one for Democrats.
Thank you, Representative. And good morning. I'm Anders Croy, currently serving as the Senior Communications Advisor to House and Senate Victory. In this position, I'm seeing day to day that the incredible momentum Florida Democrats have been building over the last 18 months continues to grow due to the strong campaigns that candidates for the state House and Senate are running throughout the state. To begin, I want to acknowledge that while a blue wave swept across the nation in 2018, it crested at the Florida border. However, what we're seeing in the state now is grounded in election data that shows not only is Florida poised to be a top battleground this November, Democrats here are actually outperforming their counterparts in special elections nationwide. What do I mean by this? In the 2018 election cycle, while Democrats overperformed their expected outcomes in special elections across the country by more than 8%, in Florida, Democratic candidates saw a 6.5-point swing in the opposite direction. That has been flipped on its head in special elections over the last year and a half. While Democrats nationally are seeing around an 11-point swing in their direction, in Florida, that number is about 15%. What that indicates is that relative to 2018, Democrats this cycle in Florida are tracking the national environment, which is resulting in overperformance in traditionally red areas of the state and consolidation of historically Democratic constituencies everywhere. The two most obvious examples of this at the legislative level were the victories of now State Representative Emily Gregory in HD 87, home of Mar-a-Lago, where she flipped a district Donald Trump won in 2024 by 11% by 2 points, a 13-point swing for Democrats. And now State Senator Brian Nathan, whose district went for Trump by around 8% in 2024, and he captured by 0.5 percentage point. In both of these districts, Republicans enjoyed significant turnout advantages, which shows that for the Democrats to have won, a significant number of NPAs, that's no party affiliation voters, broke their way. This is a trend we are seeing throughout the state. Because while those two captured the most attention that night, the special election in HD 51 in Polk County also deserves notice. In that race, the Democratic candidate was outspent at least 10-1, saw Republicans increase their turnout advantage by 7% from 2024, but cut the margins from the previous election by 6%. According to data from MCI Maps, much of the gains took place in heavily Hispanic precincts in the Davenport and Haines City areas, which saw Democratic performance improve by 15 to 30%. Those gains in Hispanic precincts in Central Florida mirror the snapback among that portion of the electorate that Democrats saw in the Miami mayoral election in 2025. In that race, Eileen Higgins became the first Democrat to be elected Miami mayor in almost 30 years, with a resounding 19-point victory, overperforming Kamala Harris by 18% from the year before. To drive home the significance of that shift, I'll quote from the MCI Maps post-election analysis. Quote, meanwhile, Higgins won by 19% in an electorate only 1 point bluer than the presidential vote, with just 41% of the vote being registered Democrats, but getting 59% of the vote. This means that she either won 70% of the NPA vote and no Republicans, or won a bit less of NPAs and a chunk of Republicans. Either way, she way outperformed the party metrics for the city, and that cannot be overlooked. Close quote. What all of this data shows is that across Florida, Democrats are winning NPAs by large margins, peeling off disaffected Republican voters, and have consolidated a fired-up base that is sick of the increased cost, chaos, and corruption that has defined the last 18 months. And that's how you build a coalition that wins in battlegrounds and expands the map of competitive districts statewide. While the blue wave never reached Florida shores in 2018, it is crashing here as we move into the fall. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Chair Fried for questions.
Thanks, Anders.
All right. If you have a question, please go ahead, come off of mute. Please state your name and your outlet and ask your question. Thank you so much.
It's Dave Elias from Gulf Coast News. Nikki, this might be best for you. We know that for Democrats, mail ballots are really important, and they've started going out here, but there may be some people who won't get them because of the purge. Can you talk about how important that is and what the party's doing to warn people?
Thank you so much, Dave, for that question, because this really is a huge light on what has happened in our state. Because everybody across
Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried taking questions from reporters right now at this virtual news conference where they are talking about the potential path to victory for Democrats across the state of Florida coming up this November. It was interesting to hear from the analyst speaking about some of the data he says that they are seeing and the recipe that the Democrats saw in some of the special elections with NPA voters breaking toward them. Will be interesting to see if that holds. Obviously, the indication from him is he believes they will, but obviously that's the big question and something that's going to have an impact on whether or not Florida turns into a battleground in November, like that the officials who are speaking in this news conference seem to believe, or if it will stay heavily red as it has the past few years. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have a lot to get to over the next little bit, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday. It is noon, and we appreciate you joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The number of pedestrian deaths is dropping in Orlando, but the number, especially statewide, continues to be high. The state of Florida remains the fifth deadliest state for pedestrians. This data coming to us from the Dangerous by Design report. That's from Smart Growth America and the National Complete Streets Coalition. Orlando is one metropolitan area that is seeing a pretty steep decline because it has long been one of the top, unfortunately, one of the top in the nation, one of the worst in the nation when it comes to pedestrian deaths. And so some progress being made, but still work to do to prevent more pedestrians from dying, many times preventable deaths and cases like this. So joining us live now to give us some context with these numbers and talk to us about the efforts that are going on. We are pleased to be joined by Vince Dyer, who is director of the Best Foot Forward Pedestrian Safety Program. Vince, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks for having me today.
So first, I just want to get your reaction to the data showing that Orlando has experienced one of the largest long-term drops in pedestrian death rates, which is certainly promising to hear, given some of the previous spots on this list that Orlando has held.
Right. So this has been a long time coming. So Orlando was the deadliest place for pedestrians throughout the 2010s. Our organization's program for pedestrian safety, Best Foot Forward, we formed in 2012 in response to that Dangerous by Design report that listed Orlando as the deadliest. So what we do is we immediately started working with local government partners to identify crosswalk locations where we could take some data on the driver yield rate. So just taking a regular sample every year of a number of crosswalks, kind of rotating through, seeing different types of crosswalks, which ones had the higher yield rates and lower yield rates. And then once we identify ones with lower yield rates, working to identify low-cost solutions to improve something there, some sort of intervention, whether it be new signage, new striping, flex posts, enforcement, education, whatever you could kind of throw at it to get the driver yield rate to improve. And that's something that we've been doing for over a decade now, again, since 2012. So in 2022, we started seeing some improvement, dropping from first down to 8th, then 2024, 18th, and now 25th. So it took a multi-year effort with a lot of local government coalitions, but they've been putting in the work, and we're definitely seeing the fruits of that labor.
What trends did you kind of learn or identify kind of through that process that really helped inform the work of your organization over the past decade?
Yeah, I think that there's a few things. Knowing that enforcing a crosswalk multiple times over multiple years tends to show a double-digit increase in the driver yield rate. That's something that was interesting to be able to see, because the research that had been done on the topic previously had a pretty small sample size. So being able to kind of see that over time. Also just being able to show that cheap solutions, things like in-street signs, flex posts, better standard signage and markings really make a big difference in the driver yield rate. So being able to provide first our partners with the data and then those low-cost recommendations to show that they could implement something that was really going to make a difference.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit, about how y'all have worked with some of these localities to address this, because sometimes, like you said, the solution isn't necessarily something that costs a lot of money. Sometimes it can be fairly simple things that can make a difference.
That's exactly right. And so once we started giving this data to our government partners, one of the things we started to see more often, which has helped a lot, is the addition of things like flashing beacons, like the pedestrian hybrid beacons and the rapid flashing beacons, especially from the state level, FDOT. Those tend to be a lot more expensive to implement. So there's a lot of resistance in implementing them. And the cross thing with that is that pedestrians don't always press the button. So you can spend tens of thousands of dollars on things like that. And if a pedestrian doesn't press the button, then you're back to the infrastructure that was already there. So just working with those governments and getting them to identify that, to see that, a beacon is part of the solution in some places and makes sense, but making sure that just the built environment is accommodating the needs of both the drivers and the pedestrians is going to be huge.
What are some, right now, where do things stand, and kind of what are the things that you're looking ahead to continue and make sure that this continues to trend in the right direction?
Yeah, so we're continuing to kind of identify the things that are improving crosswalks. We have been doing general education, going out to like tabling events and presentations and things like that. Obviously, we do a media push during the enforcement periods to try to get the word out there. But we still feel like the education aspect wasn't making a big dent in terms of the driver yield rate, at least in a measurable way. It was more general. So recently, last few years, we've been doing sign waving events at crosswalks to kind of bring attention to the crosswalk, wave some signs showing the driver yield rate, showing that it's the law to stop for pedestrians at crosswalk. And we've been able to show through our data that those types of events can be just as effective as enforcement. So being able to add kind of another thing to the repertoire of things you can throw at crosswalks to try to increase the driver yield rate, get drivers' attention, and make them think about pedestrians as they come back through those same intersections. And so I think that one thing that we're looking toward in the future, obviously in Orlando, we want to continue on the work we've already done, get more of those local cities involved, because we don't have every city participating in the Orlando metro region, although we do have the counties participating, and then continuing to kind of grow the coalition outside of the Orlando metro area as well, so that we can address that statewide issue you mentioned, that even though it's improving in the Orlando region, statewide it's still a major concern.
If you had to kind of pinpoint one thing, what would you say is the main reason that we do continue to see, high rates where drivers may not yield in the way they're supposed to? Is it a visibility thing? Is it a mindset thing? What's kind of is it a distraction thing? What's the main kind of issue here?
Yeah, all of the above. I think not knowing the law is, first of all, the main thing. Drivers don't realize that it's the law to stop for pedestrians at crosswalks. And if you phrase it the right way, they do know. But when they get pulled over, they'll say, I didn't see the pedestrian. I didn't know I had to stop for them. I thought they were waiting for me. So getting them to realize that if you see a pedestrian stepping foot in the crosswalk, it is your job to yield. That's something that's been growing over time, but I think a lot of drivers still fail to recognize. Outside of that, I think that, just being able to bring visibility to the crosswalk, make the crosswalk, drivers going through crosswalks don't think about the crosswalk 99% of the time. They're just driving, right? So being able to kind of put those extra little touches onto the crosswalk, do the sign waving, do the enforcements that get drivers to kind of get it in their mind as they go through those crosswalks again in the future, that they are supposed to be paying attention to pedestrians as they're stepping in and that it's the law to stop.
I'm curious because there's been some discussion over the past few years here in Florida over the green paint that was at some of the crosswalks that has since been kind of painted over and is now black and white at many of these intersections and crosswalks as kind of part of a federal kind of priority and initiative that Florida wanted to fall in line with. Does things like the green paint and the high visibility, does your data show that is more helpful to kind of getting attention of drivers, or does that prove an additional distraction to drivers?
So we've seen data from other organizations that show that it can make a positive difference in terms of driver yield rate. We unfortunately don't have any data. We've never taken before and after data at one of those green crosswalks. They were in only kind of momentarily until they were all removed again. So we had some plans to kind of get out to some of those painted crosswalks, and then that was kind of stripped away before we could even get out and start taking data, especially in a large enough sample size to be able to show before and after that they, had improvement. But we know anecdotally that bringing attention to the crosswalk, bringing visibility to the crosswalk, however form that comes, is going to impact driver yield rates in a positive way. We know that having the striping be more visible, having the signs be more visible, those things all make a difference in driver yield rates. So we would assume that the research that we see from other organizations, that our data would have shown the same, but unfortunately we couldn't get that data before they took those crosswalks away.
So what's the bottom line here, Vince? What do you want people to know? What do you want people to think about and to keep in mind when they're behind the wheel, getting in a car and going to be potentially coming across the path of pedestrians?
Absolutely. So as a driver, it's important to recognize that every single intersection, whether or not it is marked or completely not marked, the pedestrian has the right of way at that intersection. And as you approach intersections, that's where you're going to be most likely to come into some sort of obstacle, a driver coming across, a pedestrian coming across, turning. So drivers, as you approach intersections, you should be taking your foot off of the gas, being more aware of your surroundings around you, and just making sure that you're paying attention to both drivers and pedestrians. It's not just about the pedestrian aspect, but intersections are going to be more dangerous for that. For pedestrians, knowing that our data shows that a visible crosswalk is going to be the safest place to cross for you. So if it's easy enough nearby to find one, go ahead and go into it. And if it has one of those buttons for a beacon or a traffic signal, going ahead and pushing it, because our data shows that when you push the button, the driver yield rate is going to be significantly higher. Drivers are going to pay a lot more attention compared to when you don't press the button.
Vince Dyer, director of the Best Foot Forward Pedestrian Safety Program. We really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today and giving us a lot of good stuff to think about.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. I want to let you know that in about 45 minutes, we expect to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier, going to be holding a news conference in Orlando at the UCF College of Medicine. Going to be joined by a couple of other officials there at that news conference. We will be live streaming that for you. Meanwhile, earlier today in Kissimmee, we heard from Senator Ashley Moody, who was joined by the acting U.S. Attorney General. That would be Todd Blanche, who was alongside the DEA administrator and the Seminole County Sheriff at this Fentanyl Free America Summit in Kissimmee, where there was a panel discussion talking about the opioid crisis and fentanyl's role in that. I want to play for you just a little bit of that conversation that happened earlier today in Osceola County.
I'm going to begin by saying that we could have done a reading of your official bios. I think it would be much more entertaining and enjoyable if you could each take a moment as we begin
to introduce each other.
Hey, well,
that would be fun.
I think that's a fantastic. You want to?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, let's start with Director Carter. Tell the audience just a little bit about yourself. What would you like to tell them about you that maybe isn't in your bio?
I think I told you I'm a mother of 6, and we have grandchildren, and they're the best part of my life. I was just talking to Senator Moody about that, and we're talking about our families backstage, and how I wish my husband could be here. I spent a good portion of my career covering the cartels on the front lines, and mostly telling the stories about people. And that's every single one of us has a story, right? And so I spent the majority of my career doing that, covering the war in Afghanistan and Iraq on the front lines there with our troops, also covering the war on drugs there, as well as opioid addiction in South Asia, which to me was the very first time that I realized how this was a global crisis. And if I was going to go a little bit into just the one thing I would like you to know about me is that because I have such a deep love and faith in God and a deep love and faith for my family, I will fight every single day for each and every one of you, because nothing breaks my heart more than when I have to meet another mother or father or sister or brother that's lost someone they loved to fentanyl or to substance use disorder. I want you to know that as a mom and as a wife, first and foremost, I will always be there for you in this fight. Thank you.
Administrator Cole.
Yeah, thanks, Sean and Sarah. Thank you, and to the panelists here, thank you so much for being here and supporting Fentanyl-Free America. I'm just a small, humble person to be back at DEA from Western New York. Small hometown, married to my high school sweetheart, Joy, who's here. We have 4 beautiful kids, all adults now, adulting in the real world, but just humbled and honored to be the 3rd ever confirmed special agent to lead DEA. It's a lifelong passion in our family to service, and I'm constantly reminded every single day when I walk into DEA, when I walk past the faces of fentanyl, when I talk to mothers every single day who have lost their son and daughter to this poison, I am driven. I am driven for you, I'm driven for our country, and I'm driven for the passion for service. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. Attorney General Blank.
Hi. So I am also a grandfather. I have 2 adult children, and I have a almost 3-year-old granddaughter who's the only person I trust in this world. I also married my college sweetheart. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage in a couple of weeks. So I started, Terry talked about how I was a paralegal in SDY in New York, which is true, but my first job when I was in college was an intern in the narcotic and dangerous drug section and the asset forfeiture money laundering section at DOJ, and then I was a contractor when I graduated from college at the same place, and then I was a paralegal in the narcotic and dangerous drug section in DC for 2 years before moving to New York. So when we talk about a lifelong mission that we all share and have when it comes to fighting drugs, for me, it's just like Terry. I mean, I've been doing this, and Sarah have been doing this for really since I became professional. And so while I appreciate that I have the job I have now because I happen to have represented a guy who got indicted and then became president, as a joke, guys. Representing the guy who got indicted, President Trump, and then became president. Tough crowd. Coffee, guys. Let's have some coffee. But I really love the Department of Justice. I love working with prosecutors. I love working with agents and working with sheriffs. It's what I've done my entire life, even if that's not what the New York Times says about me. And so I love my job, and it's because I get to do things like this and get to work with people like the folks to my left and my right. So, thank you, Mr. Blackmon.
Well, I think I shared earlier that my husband was a DEA agent
majority of his career, he is still in law enforcement. He still wakes up and puts on a badge and a bulletproof vest every day and goes to work. But I also used to be, in a prior life, a federal prosecutor and prosecuted drug traffickers and the cartel networks, so tried to piece together with multiple federal agencies the layers, and spent a lot of time doing that as part of my job as a federal prosecutor. And I was very goal-oriented, focused on who we brought in, how much we've seized. I'm always paying attention to the numbers, probably because I have degrees in accounting. That's probably where the data comes from. But I'm very persistent. If I want to accomplish something, I won't give up. I once won a chicken wing eating contest, and I don't really even like chicken wings. I won that 2 years in a row, by the way. I'm not going to tell you how many I had to eat. But a lot of people don't realize this, but I think part of when your passion aligns with your profession and you're driven by trying to accomplish something for a greater good, there is no limit to what you can achieve with the right team in place. And when I became Attorney General, a lot of people don't talk about this because we're so focused on Florida led the nation in interdictions of fentanyl, right? Florida brought down our overdose rate faster than the national average. And we're focusing on those things. But what Florida also did on the civil side of things is when I became AG, I immediately started working with our trial teams and partnering and pushing the other states around the nation to really bring the opioid manufacturers and distributors and pharmacies to account. And we led that effort, and because of it, Florida got over $3 billion in resources to help these efforts, not just our law enforcement efforts, but our other community needs surrounding the opioid epidemic, which led into the fentanyl crisis. And so I'm so proud of our team of lawyers that I worked with. Truly, we were one at the tip of the spear, and it gave us the resources to now address a whole approach in a state that has really set the bar and the standard for success, which is why I'm so glad the first inaugural Fentanyl-Free Summit is here. It makes a lot of sense. And this man right here was a large part of that success, leading not only my transition team, but now leads the statewide abatement council that's dealing with where are all of these resources going to go, how can they be effective, and how can we leverage those really making a difference across the state and bringing down that overdose rate.
Thank you, Senator. That's a great transition.
Well, good morning, everyone. Dennis Lima. I'm the sheriff in Seminole County, so it's about 30 miles north of here as the crow flies if you're not from Florida. And, I also have a family of service. My wife, Diana, is a longtime 30-plus year veteran of law enforcement, and we raised our kids to appreciate the values of public service. And throughout my 34 years at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, I've held various positions at the national level. The state president of the Florida Sheriff's Association and a former United States, once a Marine, always a Marine, a United States Marine. But it's a lot of service, but I can tell you that nothing has been more rewarding for me other than what we've done over the past 5 or 6 years, particularly in this space. It was Attorney General Ashley Moody, when she was transitioning in, that really started a spark in our team's effort to really dig in, advocate, and fulfill one of society's greatest responsibilities, is to protect and preserve human life. And with Administrator Cole and his team and all of the folks, I am absolutely convinced that history will look back on this moment in time and say, what did we do with the opportunities that were placed in front of us? And it feels really, really good to be a part of something that does not divide us. It seems like we disagree on everything, where we worship, our favorite restaurants, our political ideologies, but there's not one person that has been devastated by this epidemic that wants that divide. And coming together feels really, really good for our country and our local communities.
Thank you, Sheriff. That's great. We're going to go through some questions, and I've got them organized by buckets, and I want to start really with fentanyl, as it is different from anything we've dealt with as a nation. I'll start with you, Administrator Cole. You have 31 plus years of law enforcement experience. The fentanyl crisis is unlike any other drug threat our nation has faced. From your perspective, how How does that difference make it such a challenge? And how has it changed the way that DEA and its partners approach it?
Yeah, thanks, Sean. When you talk about synthetic opioids, you talk about fentanyl, you talk about something that's affected everybody in this room in one way, shape, or form. When you talk about the loss of life, when you talk about the urgency to act, you have to unify. You have to come together. And I think what we did in Virginia when I came back to public service, and I know Mrs. Youngkin is in the room, and her leadership with It Only Takes One, and our team's effort that we put together based on modeling from Florida, specifically the sheriff's modeling of what excellence was, to implement it, to save lives, to educate, to support. And then leaving Virginia and coming to DEA, it was all about Americans first, America first, protecting our youth, educating the public, supporting those in need, but with urgency. And at DEA, it brought back the enforcement piece. It brought back our global operation piece. And so when you put these things together, you have significant impact. And when you have the opportunity, as the sheriff mentioned, to unify, to rally the country, to save Americans, to protect our national security, but to also leave a legacy of what excellence looks like. So it's a complex set, but with professionals in the support of our government, support of the men and women that are here, there's nothing we can't do. And we're doing it right now.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Similar question to Mr. Blanche. One part of the work you talk about at the Department of Justice is focusing on the transnational drug organizations and their threats. Fentanyl is different than past drug threats, in part because the lethal dose is so small. How has that changed the way that the department goes after traffickers?
Well, a couple of ways. One is I mentioned it when I was talking a few minutes ago, but President Trump and his team made a critical decision right after January 20th, which is to treat the cartels like we've treated Al-Qaeda, to treat them like terrorists, right? And so they're not ideological like Al-Qaeda, like they're not death to America in that sense, but they know they're poisoning us and killing, and they know that as a result of what they're doing, they will kill tens of thousands of Americans, and so that's the worst kind of terrorism in some ways imaginable. So, and that does free up resources. It frees up. We get better sentences when we charge. We can charge terrorism charges, and it also allows us to do things in those countries, Mexico, Colombia, South American countries, that we're not able to do. The other meaningful thing we're doing with China and India when it comes to these precursors is we're just putting an incredible amount of pressure. And so when President Trump talks about tariffs and talks about putting economic pressure on other countries.
That was from the Fentanyl Free America Summit earlier today in Kissimmee. Let me give you a live look right now outside the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C., where we have learned that the U.S. Capitol Police have arrested a man at the North Barricade. You are looking at that North Barricade right now. They say that man had a firearm. Guns obviously are prohibited on Capitol grounds. This North Barricade is closed right now while police investigate. You can see crime scene tape surrounding that barricade area. You see a number of investigators with their lights flashing. You also see what appears to be an SUV stopped at that barricade. Police appear to be opening the doors, kind of looking in that vehicle that you see there. I do have another angle for you as well, just to give you another look at that same spot, just a slightly different angle. This one kind of looking from the ground there, where you can see the same vehicle, that same SUV, looks like maybe a Bronco or something like that, that police have been opening and closing the doors, looking to see. I don't know for sure because I did not see the arrest, but it certainly appears that may be the vehicle of whatever suspect has been arrested in this case. Again, what we know is that a man was arrested They say he had a gun. This is the north barricade of the U.S. Capitol. Right there, you see a kind of a guard post, a booth there where someone would be stationed as well. And so they have closed down that area. It is wrapped with crime scene tape. I can also give you this other angle here. This is from the other side of that, kind of giving you an idea, because now you are seeing this is the angle kind of closer to the Capitol with the camera shooting out. And so you can see that same SUV that appears to be kind of the center of this investigation right now. Capitol Police still on the scene. It's still very much an active situation there, but the suspect has been arrested, and we will continue to try to work to learn more details. If there's any update on this later today, maybe a news conference or anything like that, we'll try to bring that to you as well. So we are continuing to track this developing story on Capitol Hill right now. We are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to give you another live look right now on Capitol Hill, where U.S. Capitol Police have arrested a man they say was armed with a gun. Obviously, having guns on Capitol property are prohibited, and so that man has been arrested. We have now seen over the last little bit police officers with that area taped up in crime scene tape and going through this SUV, this gray or silver SUV that you see on the scene right now. And so we're working to learn more about this, and we'll give you more details as we get them. We'll continue to track that developing story throughout the afternoon. Well, shifting gears here, and the U.S. World Cup. We know the U.S.'s road in the World Cup has come to an end, but the excitement for the rest of soccer has not ended. In fact, things are really ramping up because the semifinals have now been set. Those games tomorrow and Wednesday, and a lot of excitement for those after a big weekend of soccer that also brought with it some controversy as well. And so joining us live now to talk about all this, we are pleased to be joined by Michelle Kaufman, who is a sports writer with Miami Herald. And Michelle, we really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks for having me. It's always fun to talk World Cup.
It is, and I know what a World Cup it has been, especially for y'all down there in Miami.
We've had every game that I think is the best game that I've seen so far in Miami. Then there's another one. I mean, the atmosphere has been incredible. And I still think the Argentina-Cape Verde game I've covered 7 World Cups, and it's arguably the best game. Just the most dramatic, the circumstances, how many times Cape Verde came back, considering that they were the smallest country ever to reach the knockout round. They were very close to knocking Lionel Messi and Argentina out of the World Cup. So, and the atmosphere there with, 99% of the people there were Argentinians, and I know fans of all the other countries also care about their team, but I can tell you from experience, no fan base is more passionate than the Argentinian fans. Just from the beginning of the opening whistle to the end, they go the entire time. They sing and jump up and down the entire time, and watching them be so nervous for the entire game was just something I've never seen before.
Oh, I can only imagine some of, how tense that might have been for him. Now let's talk about the semifinal here. Kind of the final 4 has been set. It's France, Spain, England, and Argentina. What do you make of what we have seen to get to this point, where we're just a couple of games away from the end here?
Yeah, these are the top 4 ranked teams. This really doesn't happen very often, almost never. The top 4 ranked teams by the FIFA rankings coming into the tournament, those are the top 4 that are in the final 4. So, it's like an NCAA championship weekend where all 4 of the top seeds, all number 1 seeds, are the ones playing for the championship. And that's what's happened here. They expanded the field to 48, which was great, especially for Africa. Africa had been underrepresented for a very long time. They have 54 countries, and they only had 5 spots in the World Cup, whereas Europe also had around 55 countries and had 13 spots. So Africa had been underrepresented for a long time. They expanded the field to 48. Africa ended up with 10 teams in the World Cup, and 9 of them advanced to the knockout round. So, there had been some concern that, expanding to 48 is going to dilute the field. There's going to be a lot of huge blowouts. That didn't really happen. A lot of the smaller teams proved that they could compete with the bigger teams, and there were some wonderful stories along the way. But now that it's down to the nitty-gritty, it's the 4 best teams really have risen to the top. And, some could argue there were other teams, obviously, that were very good that could have advanced. But, Colombia ends up losing, and Mexico, United States, Portugal. But the teams that are in the final 4, no one can argue. France against Spain, England against Argentina. The 3rd place game is here in Miami on Saturday, and the 3rd place game is going to be between 2 of those 4 teams. So it's an amazing 3rd place game even. And then the championship obviously will be incredible. But both of these semifinals are wonderful. France against Spain, that could be a final. And then England, Argentina has such a long history on and off the field. And Messi has never played against England in his entire career. It's hard to believe. He's 39 years old. He's never played against England. So it's going to be a really, really exciting Final 4. And then you have Kylian Mbappe and Messi both at the top of the Golden Boot race, with Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham, a couple behind. All those are still in contention for the Golden Boot. So there's so much that's going to be going on over the next few days.
Yeah, still so many storylines to follow, even as the tournament kind of begins to really wind down here. I want to get your thoughts on what we saw over the weekend in the England-Norway game. 2-1 was the score, and some questions about England's first goal in that when it believe it hit a camera inside the goal, and some kind of crazy stuff over that may have redirected the ball. What do you make of all that?
Yeah, I think I think the media made a bigger deal of it than either of the teams or the fans. But basically, there was a goal kick. by the Norwegian goalkeeper. He did a goal kick and it went high and it hit, apparently it skimmed an overhead camera cable and redirected the ball a little bit. According to FIFA rules, if a ball hits something in the stadium other than a human, they're supposed to restart with a drop kick. In this case, the referees didn't see anything. The play continued. There's a chip inside the ball. FIFA later put out a statement too that there's a chip inside the ball, a sensor that's supposed to sense when it touches anything. And it didn't sense it. It didn't sense anything. There was no message sent from the ball that it had hit anything. So anyway, the play continued. And then Jude Bellingham scored shortly thereafter. Some people on the Norwegian bench, were sort of outraged, feeling that should have been, they should have stopped the play. They should have restarted. It didn't happen. But that's not really the reason why Norway lost, and nor did they want that to be, the coach said over and over, please, let's not make this, because some of the reporters just kept asking over and over about the wire, about the ball hitting the wire. And he said, please, let's not make that, what this team is about or what this game was about. That's not the reason that the result is what it was.
So I want to get your take on the matchups for these next couple of games here. I know you talked about it a little bit, saying Messi has never played England. But what do you think we're going to see in these? I mean, these are, like you said, we've got the top 4 ranked teams here. These are powerhouses that are going to be facing off with the World Cup final on the line. What do you think? How do you think this shakes out?
It's really hard to tell. England and Argentina are both teams that have had to really struggle and overcome adversity during matches in order to get to where they are. And both of those teams have incredible fighting spirit and have had to show it in these last few rounds, especially, but even Argentina had to scrap and claw just to beat Cape Verde. Then they scrapped and clawed again to beat Egypt. They had another very close call against Egypt. They almost lost to Cape Verde. They almost lost to Egypt. And, and then again in this last game. So they've really, they've had kind of a tough run. When you looked at the bracket at the beginning, you thought, oh, they've got it pretty easy. They've got Cape Verde followed by Egypt, followed by Switzerland. How hard can that be? Well, they had to fight really hard to beat all 3 of those teams. The Swiss game was equally stressful. But, England had to play down a man for a really long time against Mexico at altitude, at Azteca, with 80,000 Mexican fans screaming in their ears. And they managed to win that game. And then the game against Norway, again, was very, very close. They managed to pull that out. So both of those teams, I've been extremely impressed with just the spirit and the fight and just how much it means to both of those teams. The Argentinians, they would love to win back-to-back and to send Messi off with a victory, because this is going to be, whether it's in the semi or the final, this will be it probably, unless he's going to come back at 43, which nothing would surprise me with him. But this is probably the last time we're going to see Lionel Messi, and his teammates and him. They want to go out with another trophy. And I would put nothing past Lionel Messi. When, he is unbelievable. His competitiveness is like nothing I've ever seen. So that game is going to be very feisty, very competitive, I think. France, Spain are arguably just 2 of the best teams, honestly. France is so deep. France's second team, their whole second team, the bench, beat Colombia, which was a very good team, in March in a friendly. They rested all of their starters because they had played a game previously. They played their entire second team, their whole bench, and they beat Colombia 3-1. So France is extremely deep, extremely talented, and they have the extra motivation that they lost the last World Cup final in PKs. And that was very painful, and they've been living with that for 4 years. So they're going to be extremely hungry. And then Spain plays really, really well. Spain also has a very deep team, a lot of talent. These guys all play in the top leagues in Europe. And I don't know. It's hard to call. They should both be fantastic games.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, I think particularly with that France-Spain game, where if the bracket were, just a little bit different, you could totally see that being the final. I mean, that's with the talent of those two teams. Do you think we end up seeing a rematch of 2022 and the final between Argentina and France, if you had to predict?
I think that could happen. I like I said, I've seen Lionel Messi. I watch him day in and day out at Inter Miami, and he's very competitive when he's playing with the pink shirt on, but when he puts on that Argentina shirt, it is like a religion, or even more than religion, in that country. When you watch the way their fans behave, the way the players afterward, even Messi, who's won everything there is to win, and in the locker room after, the videos that you see of the entire team just singing an hour after the game, they are jumping up and down. They're singing. Their fans are still singing an hour after the game. They do not stop. I mean, this just means so much to them. It's hard to even match it with any other fan base. And yes, the Brazilians love soccer too, and the British love soccer, and all of these teams, the French and the Spaniards and the Dutch, these are all great fan bases. But there's something about how much it means to Argentina, and they want to go and play again in a final and send Messi off with another trophy and win. They're trying to defend their title, and it's something that very few teams have ever done. I think the last time was 1982, maybe. It's been a really long time that anybody won back-to-back. So Argentina is going to be so motivated. Like I said, England is a very good team. I think Jude Bellingham's having an incredible tournament. They have Harry Kane. They have some very good players. Obviously, EPL is a great league. But there is something about this Argentina team that they keep pulling these things out. And you've got Messi. Messi's that, X factor. I just think I would never bet against a team that has Lionel Messi on it. Not that I bet ever, but if I were betting, I would never bet against Lionel Messi.
Yeah, hard to pick against him, that's for sure. If we have seen that time and time again in this tournament alone. Michelle Kaufman, Miami Herald sports reporter, we thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and talking with us. I know things have been busy for you with the World Cup, especially down there in Miami. We really appreciate you talking with us today.
All right, great. Enjoy. We have just 1 week to go. It's going to be kind of boring. What are we all going to do after Sunday? I mean, everyone is just turning their TV on. Even the days now where there's an off day, it's like, wait a minute, there's no match today. My mom even is like, there's no matches today. I have nothing to watch in the afternoon on TV. So yeah, it's going to be fun. So enjoy these two semis. They're going to be they should be amazing, these two semis, and then the final will be incredible in New York on Sunday with a huge halftime show that involves Justin Bieber, Madonna, Shakira. I think everyone is coming out for that show.
We definitely get spoiled, Michelle, the early days of the tournament when there's games literally from
all day
sunrise to sunset. Exactly.
And then the after show, on Fox has been really fun with James Corden. I don't know if you've watched it, but it's a late show. It's like at midnight. But it's great. It's really funny, and they wrap up the whole day, and he does a lot of clever stuff. And I'm going to miss that too, to be honest. That's been my late night watch.
Yeah, I agree. I'm right there with you. I've been a big fan of that. Michelle Kaufman, thanks so much for talking soccer with us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
All right, thanks for having me. Take care. Right. Bye-bye.
Bye. We're going to take a break. All right, Michelle, we are clear.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. Coming up on 1 o'clock on this Monday, and just want to remind you that we do expect to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier at a news conference in Orlando any minute now, where he's going to be speaking at the UCF College of Medicine in Lake Nona. And so we will get you to that news conference as soon as it begins. Right now, I want to take you to a news conference that happened earlier today in Daytona Beach, actually at Daytona International Speedway, where we heard from FHP, FDOT, a number of other officials as well, talking about Operation Southern Slowdown, this kind of team up between state officials, between local officials, that really is looking at and cracking down on speeding here across the state of Florida. We know Florida has this super speeder law that is, increases penalties for really aggressive and over-aggressive speeding across the state. But this is really a focus of a number of law enforcement agencies all over the Sunshine State over the next week or so with this Operation Southern Slowdown. And so officials today talked about the importance of this, what this enforcement effort will look like, and what people need to know.
Hey, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the France family, the entire staff here at Daytona International Speedway and NASCAR, I'd like to welcome you all to the World Center of Racing. Speed on the track is thrilling and controlled, but speed on public roads is dangerous and unpredictable. Operation Southern Slowdown aims to educate drivers on this critical distinction. When we race, we have numerous safety measures, precise tracks, and trained professionals. However, public roads are not designed for racing. Every driver has a responsibility to their passengers and to others on the road. In NASCAR, safety is paramount on and off the racetrack. Adhering to speed limits can be the difference between life and death. We urge drivers to slow down and follow speed limits. Faster speeds require longer stopping distances, and stopping distances quadruple when you double your speed. We advocate for responsible driving because every life is precious. Today, we emphasize the high-speed driving should be left to the professionals on the racetrack. Even Daytona International Speedway has a speed limit. So let's respect the speed limit and make our roads safer. And now it's my privilege to introduce Florida Department of Transportation, District 5 Director of Transportation Operations, Jim Strohs. Jim?
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. I am Jim Strohs, Director of Transportation Operations for Florida Department of Transportation District 5, which serves the Central Florida area. And I'm excited to be here today to kick off Operation Southern Slowdown. It's an annual event that goes much deeper than just our regular traffic safety campaigns. It's a life-saving initiative that brings together law enforcement partners across multiple states in a shared commitment to create safer roads. At the Florida Department of Transportation, safety always has been and always will be our top priority. It's embedded into every decision that we make, and it's seen through our data-driven planning, targeted enforcement, and public awareness efforts. It's also what lies at the core of our ultimate goal, and that's to reach a target of 0 fatalities and serious injuries on our roadways. It is an ambitious goal, but well worth it, because even one fatality is one too many. In 2024, speeding contributed to 173 fatalities and over 400 serious injuries. And that's 173 preventable deaths due to unsafe decisions that were made behind the wheel. That's why Operation Southern Slowdown is such a critical initiative. It's an opportunity to remind everyone of the risks associated with speeding. Our partnership with law enforcement is built on the foundation of reducing the number of heartbreaking losses in our communities and helping to prevent these types of crashes. But at the core of it all, driver responsibility is what will make the biggest difference. Together, we're encouraging every driver to truly understand the impact of the decisions that they make behind the wheel. Safety on Florida's roads is a shared commitment. Don't sacrifice your safety for speed. Slow down in curves and construction zones, wear your seatbelt, and allow extra time for your trip. These steps will help everyone remain safe. When we take responsibility behind the wheel, we help protect one another and ensure everyone gets home safely. Thank you to everyone here today, to Daytona International Speedway for inviting us here to this beautiful facility where, as Frank said, just a couple hundred feet away, professional drivers go as fast as they can, but even they know the importance of slowing down. And thank you especially to our law enforcement partners and all the agencies that are across the entire Southeast for your shared commitment to this campaign. Your efforts are essential in helping us save lives and making our roadways safer for everyone. Now we'll hear from 3 law enforcement leaders who will share their agency's experiences with speeding. I'd like to welcome Florida Highway Patrol Troop D Commander Major Mark Castleberry.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking NASCAR and Daytona National Speedway for partnering with us to host today's event. We also appreciate the continued support of the Florida Department of Transportation, our fellow law enforcement agencies, and the members of the media who help amplify this important safety message. This week marks Operation Southern Slowdown, a coordinated traffic safety campaign bringing together law enforcement officers from Florida, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee under the leadership of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Our shared mission is straightforward: to encourage every driver to respect posted speed limits and make safer choices behind the wheel. Throughout the campaign, troopers, deputies, and police officers will be conducting high-visibility enforcement on both local roads and major interstates. Their presence is intended to deter dangerous driving behavior and reinforce the fact that roadway safety is a responsibility we all share. The purpose of these efforts is not simply to issue citations, but to prevent crashes and save lives. As speed increases, so does the likelihood that a collision will result in serious injury or death. Drivers who engage in excessive speeding or aggressive driving place not only themselves at risk, but everyone around them. In Florida, motorists traveling 50 miles per hour or more above the posted speed limit may face arrest under the state's super speeder law. In the first year of this law, Central Florida troopers charged 777 super speeder drivers for traveling at speeds of 100 miles per hour or more. Troopers will continue to take appropriate enforcement action against those whose reckless choices endanger others. We encourage every motorist to slow down, remain patient, and set a positive example, especially for young and inexperienced drivers who are developing lifelong habits behind the wheel. The choice we make today can influence their decisions for years to come. Although Operation Southern Slowdown lasts just 1 week, the Florida Highway Patrol's commitment to protecting the public continues every day of the year. If you observe aggressive or dangerous driving, please report it by calling 911 or star FHP, which is star 347. Lives depend on the decisions we make behind the wheel. Make every mile count so that everyone can arrive alive. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to invite Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods to share his agency's perspective.
Woo! It's exciting to be in this room with a whole pile of motormen. These wings in which I have on my uniform here, I earned them. I spent 8 years as a motorman and as a traffic homicide investigator, and today is an important day, and I'm glad to be here with each and every one of you. You know, speeding, well, let me tell you this first. You know, I think Marion finally got it figured out. I know everybody loves traveling on I-75 through Marion County, right? It slows down, seems like every minute. That's how we solve the problem of speeding on I-75. We make sure that nobody gets through there doing more than 30 miles per hour. The truth is, I appreciate FDOT asking me to be here today. It is great to be partnering. And mainly, I'm here to make the announcement that Marion County, and no, I'm not lost. I do know what county I'm in. I do have Chitwood's permission to be here, if anybody's wondering. But I am pleased to announce that Marion will continue to participate in the Operation Southern Slowdown for 2026. Through the week of the 13th through the 18th of this month, we will focus our enforcement efforts on speeding. You know, I was asked to give some numbers, in particular for Marion County. You know, just in this first half of the year, we've issued just right at 1,500 citations for speeding alone. We have just over 2,700 crashes in the unincorporated area of Marion County. 635 of those involved injuries. 37 fatalities so far. Now, when I was a traffic homicide investigator, we were the highest in the state per our size. The city of Ocala in 1 year had 120 just in the city limits of Ocala itself. Good portion, a good majority of these are due to speed. You know, he talked about the speeding on this track. This is where it's legal and the right way to do it. Out here on the streets, it's not. On our local streets, not just our interstates, but our state roads, our county roads, and our local roads. From school zones all the way to I-75. One of the things, actually two things, when I was a traffic homicide investigator, that what are the consequences of speeding? Now, I can stand up here and tell you how much it'll cost you. I'll tell you how many points it'll put on your license. I can tell you that the judge will take it away or fine you a whole pile of money. But two crashes in particular that I worked. First one actually involved two motorcyclists, two buddies who were done during the night, each split up to go their own directions back home. The first one, at a particular intersection on 441, at the end of my investigation, I had him at 148 miles per hour, plowed into the side of an SUV. 15 minutes after his crash, his buddy that he had just left on the south end of the city, right at the county line, his buddy rear-ended a motor vehicle at 163 miles per hour. And probably the one that stands out in my mind the most, the consequences of speeding, was 4 young adults, just barely 21 and 22 years old, every one of them in the vehicle. The female driver failed to negotiate the curve of the speed in which she was traveling, took on a concrete wall, basically is what it was, killed her instantly, car ignited on fire. As far as we can tell, 2 of the 4 were alive when the car was burning and they were trapped inside. I had her at 136 when she struck that concrete wall. So if you want to know consequences, it's not necessarily the fines or going to jail, it's lives. And that's what everybody, every viewer on these cameras, on the other side of these cameras, need to so know and understand. Consequences, well, you can't get them back. It's plain and as simple as that. So, I'm going to give a warning to you speeders. 2 of my motormen are sitting in this room. We are going to write your ass tickets. It's as plain and simple as that. I was a motorman, and gentlemen and ladies, let's be honest. I earned these damn wings. I will always be a motorman. And we'll write these tickets out here. So I will now like to invite Chief Manny Marino from Port Orange Police Department to come forward as we continue this conference.
Thank you, Sheriff Woods. Good morning, everyone. As you said, my name is Chief Manny Marino of the Port Orange Police Department. I also currently serve as president of the Volusia-Flagler County's Police Chiefs Association. So on behalf of the association, I would like to thank Daytona International Speedway and the Florida Department of Transportation for hosting this morning's Operation Southern Slowdown kickoff. Having worked in law enforcement for over 3 decades, and particularly as a chief of police, one of the most common complaints, and everyone in this room knows, is traffic complaints, and particular speeding, which makes this operation so important because I think the aspects of not only the messaging, but the enforcement and education portions of it, and you hear the testimonies from people like Sheriff Woods, really sends that message home. So I think that's why it makes it so important. I do think there's a misconception, though, that this operation is geared specifically towards Florida's major roadways and highways. Again, as Sheriff Woods said, for us, in particular Port Orange and the cities all across Central Florida, the amount of crashes that we see occurring on our local roads, and in particular in and around neighborhood communities, is just astounding for us. That is compounded. You know that speeding becomes even more dangerous this time of year when our young people are out on summer break from school enjoying themselves, but around every corner there's kids out on bikes, scooters, or simply playing in our streets. So when you look at some of the data, you know, particularly when it involves pedestrians and bicycles, it's astounding, right? You look at 2,075 pedestrian crashes and 141 pedestrian fatalities in District 5 in 2025. Another 1,930 bicycle crashes and 40 bicycle fatalities in 25. Those bicycle and pedestrian fatalities combined make up 26% of all traffic fatalities. So
that news conference earlier today in Daytona Beach. Meanwhile, let me get you live right now to Orlando, where Attorney General James Uthmeier just walked into the room and is going to begin this news conference live right now in Orlando. Let's listen in.
Into potassium bromate. Many of you at home are probably wondering, what is this? What is potassium bromate? Well, we're here to tell you. It is a chemical compound, and it is an ingredient that is used in a lot of flours and baked goods that are sold across the United States. It has also been linked to many forms of cancer. It is a possible carcinogen. It has been banned around most of the world, and unfortunately, here in the United States, it is likely still in the food that you at home eat, food that is sold at our schools, food that is being consumed by our children, and food that is likely very harmful to the human body. Here in Florida, we believe in business. We want to be a great state that's welcoming to business opportunity and jobs. But at the end of the day, we will never forget about public safety. We want public safety. We want food security. We want good health for our children. Here today, I'm honored to be joined by Representative Meg Weinberger, by Dr. Deborah German, who's the founding dean of the UCF College of Medicine and vice president for health affairs. We have Dr. Ben Rawl, who's the owner of Achieve Wellness Clinic, Karen Kelly, who is a mom, a nurse practitioner and founder of Mercy Medical, and we have Rebecca Ricks, who's also a mom and a founder of Coalition of Mothers. We've got moms here because at the end of the day, in Florida, we prioritize our children number one. We want to make sure that people are on notice if they're consuming something that's dangerous or harmful to the body, that number one, they need to be put on notice, but number two, we'd like to get this stuff out of our food. There's a reason why most of the world has prohibited use of potassium bromate in products and foods that are being sold. So potassium bromate, why is it used? It creates elasticity in flour. It makes it fluffy and white and lasts longer on shelves. I can tell you, my wife here is a big sourdough maker and actually baked some bread for you ladies today. It's still fluffy and tasty and rich. Does not include potassium bromate, so it can be done. That said, that loaf of bread is probably not going to be as fresh in 3-4 days, and that is normal. When something is left on a shelf for weeks and weeks and it's still white and fluffy, it probably should send up a little warning flag that there's something in there that's not going to be healthy for the human body. Worldwide, potassium bromate has been banned for many decades around the world. It's been prohibited in the European Union since 1990, Canada since 94, China even since 2005, India, Brazil, Argentina, South Korea, Peru. The list goes on and on. The United States of America is one of the few remaining regions of the world still allowing this to be inserted in food products. Many companies in the U.S., though, have been voluntarily moving to find alternatives. There are healthy alternatives to potassium bromate, and that's a great thing. We hope more will continue. Potassium bromate has been classified by the International Agency for Research on Cancer as Group 2B, possibly carcinogenic to humans. There's been sufficient evidence of ties to kidney, thyroid, and abdominal cancer. It is a genotoxic, causing oxidative stress. It's been linked to DNA damage and other cellular harms. Again, it's not something that we want to risk when it comes to our kids. It's been proven that acute high-dose exposure could possibly lead to kidney damage as well as hearing loss. So today, this is, again, just the initial aspect of an investigation. Nobody is getting sued today yet. We want to learn more information. We will be issuing subpoenas to companies that do buy and sell products with potassium bromate in them. We will be starting with General Mills and their subsidiary Pillsbury, and the list will likely go on from there. Our subpoenas will seek documentation on bromated products, including top Florida purchasers, disclosures provided to buyers, safety research and what executives at these companies have known, as well as, perhaps most importantly, sales to Florida schools. At the end of the day, we want to protect our families, number one. Public health and safety will always be the priority of our Office of Attorney General as we're seeking for transparency, notice, and holding businesses accountable that choose profit over safety. I'm excited to work with the legislature on ways to continue protecting our consumers. Representative Weinberger, I know, has pursued legislation in the past that would put restrictions on potassium bromate, among other potentially harmful ingredients, and I commend her for that. She will have my support, and I look forward to helping her champion this effort in the year ahead. So with that, I will turn it over to Representative Weinberger.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Attorney General James Uthmeier, for your leadership. We're definitely grateful the way that you protect our families. But I would be remiss if I wasn't honest, and I don't want to brag. I did win a few awards for zucchini bread growing up. I just want you to know that in 4-H, and I guarantee you there was no potassium bromate in it, and it definitely only lasted a few days. I would look forward to filing another bill and hopefully get it across the finish line. We should be protecting our kids and our families and everything that we're eating and feeding them. If you can't pronounce it, it's very likely we probably don't need it in our ingredients. So I look forward to working together with your office and the legislator and getting some more common sense legislation across the finish line. So thanks for having me here today.
All right, next we have Dr. Deborah German from here at UCF.
Thanks. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I have the happy job of welcoming you here today to the UCF Lake Nona Academic Health Science Center, and we're sitting here today in the Cancer Center. And I get to tell you a little bit about us. This campus was established through a simple but very powerful idea that when education, research, healthcare, and innovation come together, we create new opportunities to improve the lives of everyone, strengthen our communities, and provide economic impact for us all. Every day here in our Lake Nona Academic Health Sciences Center, our students, faculty, staff, researchers, healthcare professionals work towards a common goal of advancing knowledge and improving health, and the well-being of all of the people we serve. As physicians and educators, we know that health is not only about treating illness, which we do, but also about preventing illness and keeping people healthy. And we are very involved in all aspects of that. Progress in medicine has always been dependent upon curiosity and discovery, and then a commitment to the evidence that we have. And these come from advances in prevention, early detection, and breakthroughs in treatment and cures. And this begins to give us a better and deeper understanding of all the factors that affect health, which is why I'm delighted to have any group, statewide group here to talk about health of all of us. And that pursuit of knowledge and its implementation is at the heart of everything we do here in Lake Nona. One of our many strengths at UCF is partnerships. And if you've been around for a while, you've heard that UCF is the partnership university. That's actually been, I think, patented or copyrighted. What is the right word for that? We are the partnership university. And all of the challenges that affect public health are complex. And addressing them requires collaboration among the researchers, the healthcare providers, the educators, community leaders, and public servants. And that's who we are today. As an academic medical institution, we are proud to serve as the place where important conversations about health and science and well-being take place. And we remain committed to advancing the discovery that will make us all healthy. So let me say welcome and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Dr. German, for hosting us. We've got the #1 university system in the country, and we certainly appreciate the partnerships. Our office has numerous partnerships, including one we announced just a couple weeks ago with UCF on a new crime lab that's hosted just a few feet from here. All right, so next we will have Dr. Ben Rawl from Achieve Wellness Clinic. Thank you.
Thank you to the Attorney General, and I have to say, as the type of doctor I am, is I'm a chiropractor, so it's a little bit interesting. I've been a practicing chiropractor for 22 years, and to be invited to be at a press conference on the campus of a medical facility, for those of you that follow much of holistic healthcare, that would usually be frowned upon. But I think it shows that Florida and what we do in Florida is trying to bring people together and get answers and get solutions. As a doctor for 22 years, I'm also a dad. I have a 19-year-old and a 16-year-old, so I care about these things, and we talk about things like wellness and prevention and the health of our country. It's sadly not doing very well. Just a couple of statistics so we understand where we're at. Our healthcare system is currently ranked 69th. There's countries, even though we've been watching the World Cup probably, there's countries above us that you've probably never even heard of that are getting better health outcomes than we're getting in this country. And of course, everybody knows that we spend the most. Another startling statistic would be that we're ranked 53rd in longevity. That means there's 52 countries that live longer than us, and it continues to decline. Now, to give you perspective on that, 50 years ago, we were ranked in the top 5. So this is a new development. We're getting sicker, and we need to be asking the questions, which is why. This won't surprise you as well. We see chronic disease rates now in our children of over 60%. In adults, over 76% of all adults have at least one chronic disease. That's not good news. That's not the right direction. So I think we need to be looking under every rock that we can, and this is one of them. I'm so thankful as a doctor to practice in a state that does these things. One of the other things that you've probably seen not to, which is all of these new cancers at younger ages, and they're calling them turbo cancers. I know I see a lot of people doing this for 22 years, so I remember I get to say this now. My son asked me, Dad, what's it like to practice so long? I thought, what do you mean so long? I feel like I'm just getting started, but practice longer than he's been alive. But I said, what's sad is I'm actually watching people get sicker. I'm watching families having difficulties having babies. I'm watching kids get cancer. I'm watching cancer that was never seen before at ages be seen. And so what we need to be doing is exactly what Florida is doing, which is saying we need to be able to ask questions, but we also need to get answers. I think probably those of us in this room and most people watching, we know exactly what's going on. We've seen corporate capture. We've seen this happen in healthcare. We've seen this happen in pharmaceuticals. We've seen this happen in big food. We've seen how difficult it has been. You might have seen recently with the Supreme Court case about Monsanto and seeing what was happening there and how they are effectively giving them immunity towards their products. This is a concern. And it's really, at the end of the day, it's a grassroots movement. It's moms, it's dads, it's doctors, it's people that are willing to stand up. And I'm thankful that in this state of Florida, the great state of Florida, we have the courage to do that. Thank you for having me today.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rawl. Next we have Karen Kelly, founder of Mercy Medical.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Karen Kelly, founder and owner of Mercy Medical and Wellness. I'm a nurse practitioner. But for today's conversation, I'm a mom. I've got 3 boys, and I have spent a lot of time trying to protect them their whole lives. You know, wear a helmet, wear a seatbelt, don't do this, don't do that. And boy, moms, you're probably saying things like, don't jump off the roof, don't catch that on fire, and so on and so forth. The point is, as parents, we do everything to keep our kids safe from all the things that we can see. But what about the things that we cannot see, like these additives in food? In particular, potassium bromate, which is known in animal studies to cause cancer, particularly kidney, thyroid, abdominal, and things of that nature. It seems a little backwards that we have to not only protect our children from the things that we can see and know to be dangerous, but things that are, you know, hidden in their lunchbox or in their snack food. I think that's really important to kind of echo what Dr. Rawl said. Cancer is really at an all-time high, especially in our younger population. So as a mother, I want to protect the children, my children, and other people's children, but also as a healthcare provider, it's important for us to stand up for certain things that are actually killing our people. We all know that potassium bromate wasn't created to provide any nutritional benefit. It's not going to help our kids grow stronger. It's not going to provide any nutritional benefit. For that matter, it was made to, you know, help with productivity. So I know we, in America, productivity and manufacturing, you know, we kind of let things like health and additives that could be potentially cancer-causing get in the way of what's actually good for our community. There's very limited studies linking potassium bromate to humans, but I don't think it's the lack of research lack of research in human studies, excuse me. It's just simply unethical to conduct such research because of the harmful nature of potassium bromate. Public health has always required us to make...
This news conference continuing live right now in Orlando, where we heard from the Attorney General and are hearing from others about this investigation into potassium bromate, potentially in Florida's food supply chain. You're hearing some of the outlines of the concerns about how it is linked to forms of cancer. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and get you back to this news conference in Orlando, where we're hearing from officials and a mother speaking now, talking about this state investigation looking into potassium bromate in the food supply chain. Let's go ahead and listen in live as this news conference continues.
My name is Rebecca Ricks, and I'm not a doctor or a lawyer or a scientist, but I am a mom of two hot mess little boys. They're 5 and 8, and they truly give Dennis the Menace a run for his money. They are crazy. And every night before they go to bed, I really do take time to think, did I keep them safe today? And not just today, but for the future as well. And I do want to share this, in case you're wondering, I'm not a crunchy mom. My kids eat McDonald's probably once a week, which we all know is not the healthiest thing they can do. But sometimes we hear about products or things that are in our food, and you can't turn away from it, because sometimes once you know, you can't stop thinking about it. Potassium bromate is one of those. In fact, you've heard from other people talk about how it gives cancer, and animal studies, lots of studies have showed that. The World Health Organization has listed it on one of their top ingredients that are cause cancers and carcinogens. So, and just so you know, this truly is not a fringe thing. Over 24 countries across the world have banned it. In 1990, it was banned all over Europe, which means for 35 years, companies in Europe have produced their flour without using it. Somebody said that California just passed a law banning it. New York just passed a law banning it. In fact, there are 30 states that have legislation out trying to ban potassium bromate across the United States. So of course, if they can do it there, we should be doing it in the greatest state here in Florida. But I do want to make a point that sometimes people will say, but this is legal. And you know what, legality should be the baseline, the basement, not the gold standard. If a company knowingly puts something into their products that causes harm, we should be able to prosecute those companies. If a company sold a seatbelt and knew that it was faulty, we wouldn't say that that's legal. We would say that they're causing harm and want to hold them accountable. And this isn't something new. Tobacco companies did this for 20 years. They knew the things that they were putting into their products were harmful. And it took years, I would say moms, and mostly truly, if you look back at the study of it, attorney generals, who stood up and said, let's start making these companies show what they're putting into it. Let's prove that they know what they're putting into it is important. So if we hold other companies at fault, our food deserves that same standard every single day. So that's why I do want to thank the Attorney General, and Senator Martin put a bill in, and Ms. May Weinberg, Representative Weinberg here did co-house sponsor that to make sure that not just these, but other things in our foods will be taken care of and done it. So I just want to wrap up and say, you know what, our children are fearfully and wonderfully made. They're not manufactured, they're not sold to, they're made. And every day I have to make a million choices to make sure that they're healthy and they grow up to be healthy and strong. This shouldn't be something I should even have to think about or read the label. It should be something that should be taken care of. So because I take my job seriously, I know everyone in this room does too, about keeping your children healthy and safe. I'm asking to make that much easier for all of us. And let's take potassium bromate out of our foods here in Florida. Make sure our companies do it. We need to remove it. We need to label it. And we need to put our children first. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been saying a lot lately, I think it's going to be moms that save the world. Here in Florida, we've certainly seen that, the emergence of Moms for Liberty, the fights on education, public safety, and certainly food safety. At the end of the day, I think moms are going to fight for their little ones more than anybody else, so we're happy to embrace them and bring them into our policy and legal battles here in the state. I'm excited to work with the legislature going forward on better ways to protect our foods and our children. Erin Huntley's here running for office, running for state representative locally. I've endorsed her. I appreciate her fight. Look forward to working with her in Tallahassee. And Representative Weinberger, thank you for being here with us today. I think it was pointed out that just because there might be a permission, a permit, some legally valid use somewhere, it doesn't necessarily make everything right. Potassium bromate has been approved by the FDA for use in select, limited uses, but that's not a free hall pass or a get out of jail free card. Our states have broad consumer protection authorities. Here in Florida, these subpoenas will be issued pursuant to our authorities under the Unfair and Deceptive Trade Practices Act. We're going to look at how these products are marketed and sold to families, what they know are ingredients or what they should know. So we look forward to this investigation. I hope that parties that are on the receiving ends of our inquiries will work with us cooperatively, because ultimately, at the end of the day, I believe we all share the same goal of protecting Florida families and our children. So thank you for being here. Again, I'll hold up, my wife's, by the way, best gift ever is my wife, because bacon, fresh sourdough here, there's nothing better than that. And I promise you, it's better than anything you're probably going to get on the shelf, and no potassium bromate included. All right, with that, we will conclude. I guess we got a few minutes for questions, if anybody has any. Easy start to the week. I love it. All right, God bless everybody. Let's go eat some bread.
Attorney General James Uthmeier wrapping up that news conference in Orlando at the UCF College of Medicine in Lake Nona. No questions for the Attorney General there today. He did offer to take some, but was announcing this investigation looking into potassium bromate and what its role in Florida's food supply chain. You heard from him, from a number of other speakers at that news conference, outlining their concerns about its existence in the food supply. Let me give you a live look right now in Washington, D.C., right outside the White House, where President Trump is expected to speak any minute now at this Freedom 250 Grand Prix event. That, of course, is the Grand Prix that is going to be running through the streets of D.C. around the National Mall coming up next month, about a month out from that. You'll be able to watch that on Fox. And we are waiting for remarks from the president shortly. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us as we are waiting for President Trump, who is expected to speak at this event about the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. Now, that race is not for another month through the streets of Washington, D.C., but we are waiting for the president's remarks outside the White House here. You see the podium there. You see a couple of the Grand Prix cars. It also sees, we might see a pit stop of some sort. Seeing some crew members there, and you know, that just might be something that we see here coming up at this event. We are waiting to hear from the president momentarily. We will get you there once that event begins. Right now, let me also give you a live look in Philadelphia. This is Citizens Bank Ballpark, home of the Philadelphia Phillies, and the home of the 2026 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. That is set to begin tomorrow night. You'll be able to watch that game on Fox, and tonight is the Home Run Derby. So there is a setup and preparations underway for the MLB Home Run Derby, which is going on tonight. That's live streaming on Netflix. And Junior Caminero of the Tampa Bay Rays going to be participating in that. So the eyes of the baseball world going to be on him ahead of this competition tonight. And then, of course, the All-Star Game tomorrow. And we heard from Junior talking about what it means to be part of the All-Star Game and the Home Run Derby festivities.
On there to win. Is that your mentality now?
Yeah. You know, we gotta go there, have fun, but we gotta go there winning. You know, I talked to Thomas, say, hey, we gotta go there, not think a lot, just swing like a regular BP, and that's what we will do tomorrow.
I think you're watching you guys try like 12 of 17 or however you were hitting. How are you getting used to the new structure, not time now, of getting the number of swings in for tomorrow?
Yeah, for me, specifically, now you have more time, so the reset, the swing, like you can watch how far is the ball. You know, last year, 2 minute swing, you go swing and then go back, you know, stagger a little bit. But now you can, like, if you hit the ball really far, you say, oh, let me see where it's going, you know. Good.
Do you think that'll help you energy-wise to stay, to have a little bit more energy and power throughout?
You know, yeah. Specifically when you got like good reading, you can. For me, I don't watch. As a talent of mine, if we got consistency in 3-4 homers, continue.
Is there anyone specific you're excited to go up against in the Derby? Any of the other big sluggers?
You know, now we have more experience for me go there. Last year we don't have anything. Last year we are a little bit nervous, you know, because a lot of fans there. So now just there, not take a lot, just like a BP, regular BP.
How much are you looking forward to the whole thing? Last year was your first time; it was all new. But now you've done it. What are you looking forward to the most about the experience?
You know, now it's the same. You know, it's the same last year. But now, like I said, we have more experience. We're there. You know, another year we go to the All-Star game, and you know. It's really good. It's really good because you're working a lot for this time, and you know, you enjoy the moment there, have fun the next 48 hours, and come back.
You want to do this every year?
For sure. Yeah, with my career, we're working a lot with my career, everything. I gotta go there another year.
Hey, last year Vladdy told you that first year is to practice and learn, second year is to win.
Yeah, sort of go to the first year, they lost, and then when go back, winning. So now we take care of my guys.
How cool would it be to be going with all the other Rays people that you've got 5 of you guys going?
Yeah, amazing. You know, amazing. You know, Ramos, great. Yandy Diaz. You know, it's for me the best hitter and the DH. Very deserved for him. What else? Nick. I tell Nick before, after the Houston, when Kachi said the All-Star game, I say, hey, drink it easy, you going. And look, he's going, very reserved for him. Baker, it's no surprise. It's no surprise. If you see the numbers, you gotta get that.
Hey, you got an opportunity yesterday to get Longo a signed jersey, just to watch everything. First of all, what was that interaction before the game between you two, and how much did you enjoy everything yesterday?
Oh my God, it's a great moment. I never go to the national anthem. Yesterday I gotta see everything, and we early because I need to watch everything for him. Yesterday, I tell him, you the legend, my guy, you the legend, and I wanna be like you couple of years.
What is your relationship like with him? I know you've gotten a chance last year, now this year, to get to know him a little bit better.
They told me, just keep it going. You have talent, you have everything. Keep it going, keep it going. Play hard, have fun, and then everything is coming.
To see his number 3 be retired today, it'll also be cool.
Yeah, I want to see that. I don't know where. Where?
See the black sheet, black one up there. That'll be his.
Oh wow. Oh my God. I think probably today is more fun than yesterday. Yeah. Good for him. I like it. Very happy for him. I feel very happy for him about this career he put in the big league. And everyone, welcome back home. They see you home here and forever.
Looking ahead, Junior, with the team, how do you feel about your guys' chances after the All-Star break and to make the playoffs?
Oh yeah, for 100%. 100%. We go there tomorrow. Like I said, stay there 48 hours, and after that, we gotta continue play really good baseball. We gotta continue the right line, the right team. We have really good spot now, but we gotta continue. We gotta continue another horizontal game and make it a cleaning, go to the position. Now we play really good baseball, but we gotta continue because baseball stuff. We gotta continue and we gotta stay really like we will do the first half, And I think this year we have a really good chance pass to the playoff.
Yeah. How bad you want to get to October and play?
Oh my God, I think play October is different. Play October is different. We had a little bit experience in 23 when we played with Texas here. But I need play October, I need play World Series, I need play everything and make a good champion.
Congratulations to you, your first career All-Star game. When you got word yesterday, and I know that's
Nick Martinez there as well. He is going to be playing in the All-Star game as well. But a lot of excitement for that. I'll give you another live look right now in Philadelphia ahead of the Home Run Derby tonight. Grounds crew getting the field ready for that. Should be a lot of fun. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. Giving you a live look right now outside of the White House, where President Trump is expected to speak any minute now at this Freedom 250 Grand Prix Showcase event. This is ahead of next month's Freedom 250 Grand Prix through the streets of Washington, D.C. It's the part of the NTT IndyCar series, and it's the first ever IndyCar race on the National Mall. It will certainly be a spectacle. It's happening over 2 days, and it is free. You can go online, I believe, and request tickets. I'm not sure if there are still some available or what the situation is with that. But this race is set for August 22nd and 23rd. And again, you'll be able to watch that race if you're not going on Fox. So a big event. We expect to hear from the president here any minute now. You see the podium set up there. Just while we were in the break, we saw the members of the crew there taking a photo outside the White House here. You see a couple of cars there. You see the wheel. I'm speculating that we might see them show off and show us what a pit stop would look like. That would be fun to see out there at this event. So we're waiting to hear from President Trump at this event any minute now, and we will get you to that when it begins. Right now, though, I want to get you inside a courtroom in Orange County. This was a hearing earlier today. We started talking about it earlier this morning. Tyler Fight, who is facing charges in connection with this College Park jogging attack, or was accused in that, I should say, because he ended up entering a plea deal for that. It was a no contest plea and was released on probation as part of that plea deal. And so he was rearrested, though, back in December. You may remember there were accusations that he violated his probation, so that put him back behind bars. And then it was just earlier this month, just a couple of weeks ago, that he's accused of hitting a corrections officer while he was behind bars. And so that was part of the conversation that happened in the courtroom earlier today, as attorneys again asked for another competency and mental health evaluation to make sure he is still competent when it comes to facing consequences for that probation violation. And so that was some of the conversation inside the courtroom earlier today.
State. Alicia Modine for the state.
Your Honor,
we are here for VOP resentencing and a jury call. I did, though, see, and thank you to Your Honor for bringing this to my attention, that Mr. Fight was charged recently in the last 2 weeks with battery on a corrections officer. In reading that affidavit, the corrections officer who was attacked that day indicated he thought that Mr. Fight might be having a mental breakdown of sorts. And based on the behavior and the articulated and pretty specific concerns in that affidavit, I would be asking for a competency review.
Defense? Your Honor, I believe the statute says any party, the state, defense, or the judge can ask for an evaluation. I don't necessarily have an objection.
Well, in review of the complaint, well, let me back up a little bit. So we're here because under controlling case law and the current guideline score of this case, the court does not have authority to sentence the defendant to any term greater than 365 days absent a finding by a jury that the defendant presents a danger to society. The court has reviewed the complaint on the new case, and it does have concerns based upon that, as well as based upon the court's observations of the defendant over the last several hearings regarding the defendant's competency to proceed on that sentencing. So I will order that the defendant be evaluated. Do the parties have a evaluator that they want to agree on?
I don't have a preference. My preference would be whoever can get to the jail the soonest, and I'm not sure if defense has any leads on that.
Dr. Ruiz generally is quick. I know my office is not allowed to ask for her.
I'll ask for Dr. Ruiz.
And
That's fine.
I'll leave it up to the court.
Okay, I'll go ahead and point Dr. Ruiz to conduct a competency evaluation. I'll set this for a competency status. I'm going to set it on a short turnaround. I don't know that Dr. Ruiz will have it done by then, but I want to make sure we keep tabs on it. July 30th at 9 a.m. That will be a competency status.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be adjourned on that case.
Thank you.
They will be back in court at the end of the month for the results of that, for another competency status hearing after that evaluation is completed. Let me give you another live look right now outside the White House, where we're starting to see a little bit more activity, seeing some IndyCar drivers as well who are going to be attending this event with President Trump any minute now. So hoping this will get underway here in just a couple of minutes. Again, this is ahead of the Freedom 250 Grand Prix race that is scheduled for next month. This is a showcase event, and the president going to be there alongside a number of folks who you see standing off to the side there. So this should be fun. We're going to be tuning in to that. Also want to just let you know before we go to break here, in our next hour, we are expecting to speak live with Senator Rick Scott, who's going to be joining us on Florida Live at the bottom of the hour. Going to be talking with him about a number of things, Lindsey Graham, the war in Iran, and a couple of other things as well. So we will be speaking with Senator Rick Scott, or expect to, in about half an hour. We expect to hear from the president any minute now. So don't go anywhere. We still have much more to come. If you're watching us on our live stream, nothing different, but we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We'll welcome in our TV audience as well and continue our live streaming news coverage. So as we go to break here, let me give you another live look right outside the White House as we wait for the arrival of President Trump. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here on this Monday, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on Fox 35. We are standing by waiting to hear from President Donald Trump, who's expected to speak outside the White House any minute now. Let me give you a live look. In fact, here comes the president right now. I tell you what, our timing does not normally work out quite that well. Here he is alongside a number of officials speaking at this Freedom 250 Grand Prix showcase, that race around the National Mall coming up next month. You'll be able to watch that right here on Fox 35, actually. President Trump greeting some of the IndyCar drivers who are attending this event. And let's go ahead and listen in as the president walks to the podium right now. The president there listening to Eye of the Tiger. That's the walkout song for the president here, and some other officials taking a look at the scene around them right now. Again, this race is scheduled for August 22nd and 23rd. It's a two-day event. You see Roger Penske right beside the president there as well. He was inside the Oval Office when the president first announced this Freedom 250 Grand Prix. Some other officials with IndyCar there as well, and a few of the drivers that we saw. Let me give you another shot here. Well, I was going to show you the other angle. You can't see the cars in this angle either, but there are two IndyCar or Grand Prix cars there as well once they widen out the shot a little bit. And so not really sure what might be in store at this event. You see the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who is there taking the scene in as well, and the president now ready to speak. Let's listen in.
Music, we love great music. We have Roger with me, 120 Indianapolis 500s, that's not bad. He was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom by me when he won 17, and he just kept winning. It's not supposed to work that way, right? We thought he stopped, but he won, and he's amazing. He's been my friend for a long time, but I'm thrilled to be here with some of the most extraordinary figures in the history of motorsports and any sport, if you think about it, as we count down to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. This will be like no other race ever. I don't think anything will ever top what we're going to be having. It just happened with UFC. It got the highest ratings of any fight in history. This will get the highest ratings of any such race. It'll be one of the most unforgettable racing events the world has ever seen. And we have the most talented people. These people have a lot of courage on my right. I don't want to do what they did. You could teach me, but it still takes something special, right? Gilbert, I know every one of you. What a great job you've done. I want to thank Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, who's a phenomenal guy. He's doing a great job. Doing a great job. And the very, very legendary Roger Penske, who is, there's nobody like him, I can't imagine, in the history of racing or maybe any other sport, to be honest with you. Roger Penske, the president of Penske Corporation. Bud Denker, I want to introduce Bud. Thank you very much, Bud. What a great job. CEO of Fox Sports, Eric Shanks. Thank you very much, Eric. It's going to get a lot of rating. Are you prepared for this kind of rating? I don't know. It's going to be a big rating you're going to have. The president of General Motors, Mark Royce, and say hello to Mary and everybody. She's a fantastic person. It's a great company. It's a hot company. We just ordered a lot of Escalades for security purposes, and we do a lot of business with General Electric, and they're actually going now in the weapons making business, and I think you do better with that than you did even in the cars. So I want to thank you very much, Mark. And incredible IndyCar drivers, Alex Palou, Felix Rosenquist, and David Malukas. And I've watched all three of you recently do very well. Thank you, very well. Better you than me. I don't want to go 250 miles an hour with a 2 inches separating my car. I don't want to do that. But what you've done was incredible. The last couple of races, unprecedented events will take place next month right here in our nation's capital on August 22nd and 23rd. It'll be an awesome display of American patriotism and raw horsepower and ingenuity. You're going to see cars at the level that they've never been at before, with cars racing more than 190 miles and even higher than that down Pennsylvania Avenue. It wasn't exactly designed for that, but what Sean Duffy's done with these incredible, brilliant people is really amazing. It's going to be a sight for the ages. It really will be something special. And they're going to go all around the National Mall at speeds that are not quite, if we did that during the regular day, I think people would be put in jail perhaps for the rest of their lives, right? It wasn't supposed to be that way, but it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch. And this is the first racing event of its kind in Washington, D.C.'s history, happening as part of our great celebration of the 250th anniversary of American freedom. The American people are invited to come watch this once-in-a-lifetime total event. And Roger and General Motors and Fox and everybody else, I will say, it's free. They thought maybe we could, they'd get so much money. This is a ticket. You're probably having second thoughts. You said, well, we could have made a fortune. No, it's free, totally free. And it's something they're doing for the country. The country's doing incredibly well. We've never done this well. We're respected all over the world now, and respected like never before. I was telling Roger before, we have $19.2 trillion being invested in the United States of America by other people and countries. No country in the world has ever had anything like that. And plants and factories and everything's being right now built as we speak, being built all over the country. There's never been any country that's as hot as we are right now. In addition to that, we have the strongest military in the world. You saw that with Venezuela. You're seeing that right now with Iran. For 47 years in a row, they were pushing people around. They're not pushing us around. We're pushing them around. The Penske team held more than 80 meetings in 90 days on Capitol Hill to get this event to happen. This is over a period of years, and nothing happened. And when they came to see, they said when they came to see the president, what did we work it out in about 15 minutes? It was done. And we picked a better track. We actually they went into something that was not as good. And, well, they were dealing with Democrats, what can I tell you? But it wasn't as good. And I said to the group, I said, is this the exact track that you want? And they said, you just can't do better than Pennsylvania Avenue when you think of it. And that's going to be the straightaway. It's going to be fantastic. This event is following in the footsteps of that event that I just mentioned, the UFC event, which we hosted. Dana White, who's a fantastic man, what he's done, the great job. And this will be equally as breathtaking. The air show that we're going to have is going to be, along with the car, is going to be something. We did the greatest air show, I think, ever on July 4th. They've never seen planes at that level. It was really quite a time. And then we had an event, and there was rain, and everybody was told to leave. There was lightning, and they didn't leave. And I said, we can't not do it. So we went back. I said, everybody, let's come back. And we had 425,000 people when we started. And they were thinking that it was a number much bigger than ever anticipated. And then everybody was told to go home, and I heard about that. I said, no way. So we called them all back. We ended up with 152,000 people. It was actually made hotter. This was made better and hotter by bad weather, believe it or not. I said, I don't care if I have to make the speech at 2 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't matter. But on our 250th anniversary, America deserves the greatest celebration in the history of our country, in the history of the world, and I think this is it, and this is really a big part of the crescendo. So next month, these exceptional sportsmen, drivers, athletes, they're great athletes. Nobody can do. They're born with something very special. They're born with an ability to press that pedal all the way down to the ground. Most people can't do that. Very few people can, but they're beautiful cars. They're going to make freedom raw. This will be a freedom that's roaring like never before. So I'd like to now just ask Sean Duffy. This guy, Sean, is exceptional. And you know what people don't know? He was the world record in going up logs, going up to the top of these stupid trees. I never saw anything like that. And Sean, how many years were you the champion of that? 5? For 5 years, he was the world champion. He was a lumberjack. Who the hell knew that about Sean Duffy? And that because I like champions. He was the world champion for 5 years, going up a tree and coming down. He said going up wasn't bad. Coming down was very dangerous. He broke his back a couple of times, little things like that. But he was the world champion at that, climbing the tree for 5 separate times. And, you know, we respect great champions and athletes, so you wouldn't believe it. That's my man. I've known that for a long time. And he's married to Rachel, who's an incredible woman. She's a very big success on television, and we love their family. We love him. So I'd like to ask Sean to say a few words, and then Roger Penske is going to speak. And then we're going to be given a display of how to put tires on a car very quickly. So you're going to have a good time. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Well, first, thank you, Mr. President. As the Secretary of Transportation, lumberjack sports, we used to move logs down rivers, one of the first modes of transportation, so it's fitting. Thank you for the job. But it's great to be here with two legends, one legend in presidential history, but another legend, Roger Penske, in motorsports history for this great day. And just a little history that the President mentioned. The Department of Transportation was working with Fox Sports and the Penskes, and Bud Denker was working the Hill, and he had over 80 meetings on the Hill trying to make this event happen, because when you think about America 250, you also think about cars, and when you think about cars, you do think about freedom. This all goes together, and we had some people who were creating problems for us on the Hill. Not your team, Mr. President. The other team was creating problems. And so you don't go to the president with a half-baked idea, but we hit a roadblock. And I called Roger. I said, Roger, you got to call the president and tell him about this great idea, and can he move this forward? And the president's right. It was one phone call, and the president said, done. We're gonna celebrate America 250 with an IndyCar race for the first time in the U.S. Capitol. And so I appreciate that, Mr. President, for all you have done to make this event happen. It would not be going on unless we had presidential engagement. And I agree the UFC fight was remarkable. But America's birthday doesn't end on the 4th of July. Our birthday continues for the coming year, and so to continue to celebrate America 250, it would only make sense that we would do that with this road race. It's going to be August 23rd. The tickets are free. The weather's not going to be 100 degrees in D.C. I'm thinking like 75 maybe in August. My mouth to God's ears. But we hope everyone comes and checks out this race, and it's going to be epic. And to the racers, I got to go around the Indy track at 175 miles an hour, and that felt like it was really fast. These guys are going 200, 250 around the track, true athletes. So to have you all here and to have the cars here is fantastic. And again, just finally, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership. You don't do anything that's small. Everything you do is big. It's huge. It's the best. It's the greatest. Whether it's the UFC fight or an IndyCar race in the Capitol, we appreciate your leadership. America loves you, and thank you for making this happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and welcome everybody here today. It's an honor for me, Mr. President, to be here and be part of this celebration. When you think about 250 years of this country, it's an amazing time. It's a great place to live. It's a great place to work. And I think we're fortunate to have the most important office in the world give us the green light and then the checkered flag to have this event in August. Think about it. Over 250,000 people signed up to come to this event. And we will be able to accommodate 100,000 each of the 2 days. And it's for free, as the president said. But we're honored. I think it's an opportunity to showcase the technology, the speed, the partnerships, and the athletes that make such a difference. We think about the Indy 500 as an iconic race, but this is going to move right up there next to it as far as we're concerned from the standpoint of the best in the world. So, Mr. President, thank you again for this opportunity, and I think we have a special helmet for you. Am I right, Alex?
We do.
We hope you will wear that when you're riding around in the Beast, leading the field. Come to the green flag. Again, thank you, sir. Bud Denker.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Secretary Duffy. I also want to thank and recognize Ambassador Crowley over here as well. Monica Crowley, our Ambassador of Protocol, has been a partner of mine in this whole journey. Mayor Bowser, but importantly, the President of the United States. As he mentioned, I was on Capitol Hill for several months and trying to get the race around that racetrack. But you know what? It didn't happen. And things happen for the best, don't they? God chose us to have a different path here. And that path was to bring this race down around the National Mall. Secretary Burgum's support, the mayor's support, and of course, as the president said, within 24 hours of this idea changing onto the city streets, we had an executive order in my inbox to review, and then 4 days later, I was in his office here to sign it. I want to thank Eric Shanks, CEO of Fox Sports. It was Eric Shanks and my idea to bring this vision to our capital, and in 41 short days, you're going to see the remarkable athletes competing for the one and only trophy that they're ever going to possibly see here, and that's the trophy to celebrate our country. Mark Royce from General Motors, these are his beauties out here. This car over here, by the way, has 1,250 horsepower, and this will pace our field to the green flag 41 days from now. So, Mr. President, thank you again for your support. Thank you again for your leadership. Thank you again for your vision. With that, I'm going to have our driver, David Malukas, start that car. You're going to see this amazing pit crew here from Team Penske change 4 tires, fuel, in about 6.5 seconds. Let's see it, guys.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick pit stop there right in front of the White House as President Trump watched after speaking at this showcase event ahead of next month's Freedom 250 Grand Prix on the National Mall. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a head-on crash involving a Polk County Sheriff's deputy ended in a deputy-involved shooting this morning in Auburndale. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says that deputy, who was a sergeant with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, was on his way to an in-progress domestic violence call when the suspect, who was driving a large international truck, rammed his cruiser head-on. Now, according to investigators, that sergeant fired into the truck to stop the threat, and a bullet grazed the suspect's ear. The driver then jumped out of the truck and ran through the community. Before responding, deputies were able to catch him a few streets over. Now, this actually marks the second deputy-involved shooting in Auburndale in less than a week. You may remember that we did have that deputy-involved shooting outside of the Spectrum store in Auburndale on Friday. That suspect in that case was shot and killed after he killed his girlfriend in that parking lot. Now, the suspect from today's deputy-involved shooting is currently under guard at an area hospital. He is expected to survive, and he is expected to be booked into jail later today. Now, as of right now, Garrett, authorities have not yet released the suspect's identity, and it is still unclear if anybody was injured during that domestic disturbance that the deputy was on his way to when this head-on crash that led to the shooting occurred. So there are still a lot more questions in this case, but there was a deputy-involved shooting this morning out in Auburndale.
All right, Nancy, thank you. And also more questions about a deadly shooting in Brandon.
Yeah, so this happened on Friday afternoon at the Dick's House of Sports, and that is located at the Brandon Exchange. Now, this happened around 4:30 on Friday afternoon. An employee actually called 911 after discovering a person with a gunshot wound inside one of the store's fitting rooms. And that person did die at the scene. Investigators say store surveillance video shows 3 people walking into the business together and heading toward the fitting rooms. And moments later, the video shows only 2 of those people running out into the parking lot. Now, deputies with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office arrived within minutes and detained both of those individuals in the parking lot. Sheriff Chad Chronister released a statement saying there is absolutely no tolerance for violence in Hillsborough County, especially in places where families gather. He credited his deputies' training for securing the scene and detaining the suspects within minutes. Now, as of right now, the victim and the 2 people detained, they still have not been identified. Now, keep in mind, this did happen on Friday afternoon, but we do not know the identities of the victim or those 2 people who were detained, and deputies are working to determine what led up to the gunfire, because we do not know if there was a fight, if something happened, or what led shots to be fired. Again, 1 person was killed in this shooting. Management did tell us that all the employees are safe, and actually, Garrett, the mall remained open on Friday night following this deadly shooting.
And finally, in our Tampa Connection here, Nancy, a Temple Terrace police officer, former police officer there, scheduled to appear in court today. What happened with that?
Yeah, so this Temple Terrace police officer is accused of hitting a vehicle carrying a family and killing a 6-year-old girl. And we are told that Zachary Krug, he was scheduled to appear in court this morning, but he did waive his right to make an appearance, and instead he entered a written plea of not guilty. Prosecutors released evidence showing Krug accelerating to 104 miles per hour in his unmarked police vehicle shortly before this crash occurred on East Fowler Avenue. And again, the speed limit in this area, Garrett, is only 50 miles per hour. And according to prosecutors, Krug was driving to work without his emergency lights or siren activated when he crashed into the vehicle carrying a mother and her 3 young daughters. 6-year-old Layla was killed in the collision. Her sisters, ages 1 and 8, were hospitalized with injuries. Now, State Attorney Susie Lopez says Krug was running late for work and was not responding to an emergency or pursuing a suspect when this crash occurred. And during a bond hearing in May, prosecutors played dash camera video showing Krug accelerating from a complete stop to 104 miles per hour in about 30 seconds. Krug's defense attorney, Ralph Fernandez, disputes the state's account. He argues that Krug was on duty and was trying to catch up to a speeding driver who had run a red light. However, State Attorney Lopez has rejected that explanation, stating that investigators found no evidence that Krug was actively pursuing another vehicle. Prosecutors also argue that Krug never notified dispatch of a pursuit and only activated his emergency lights to go through a red light. They contend that even if he had been chasing another driver, traveling more than twice the speed limit on Fowler Avenue violated department policy. Now, he was fired by the Temple Terrace Police Department shortly after this crash, and his next court date, Garrett, will be held on August 13th.
Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live now on this Monday. And TJ, a little bit calmer out there, at least for now, not seeing quite as many storms.
Yeah, I feel like it's been kind of a rocky last few days, Garrett. A lot of lightning, gusty wind, strong storms, really all of it across Central Florida. But at least right now, not seeing too much activity just yet. We're starting to see some storms spark, a little bit of lightning. The bulk of it's been up to our north across Marion County, some of our Fox 51 locales, but overall we're dry. I do think we're going to see more coverage of storms over the next couple hours, more developing once we start to see this activity kind of meet with the East Coast sea breeze.
It's been interesting. You mentioned the past couple of days, and we're taking a look at the radar there too. Just kind of the strength of the thunder and lightning that we've seen.
Yeah, and it's really been the dust in the air that's kind of aided in that, the gusty wind potential and the lightning, and it's been so frequent. It's been really because of the dust, and because of that dust again today, we have another low-end severe risk that we'll have to kind of keep a close eye on.
So kind of walk us through what we're seeing right now and what we can expect to see over the next little bit.
Sure. So we are seeing some stronger storms, again, across the eastern Marion County. Those are the strongest we have. Kind of a big special weather statement. Remember, that's just a notch below severe thresholds, but it still means we could have the potential for wind gusts up around 30, 40 miles per hour or so, around 140 strikes or so in the last 15 minutes. And this includes areas just to the east of US 27, around Salt Springs, Electra, up toward Norwalk, getting closer to Putnam County. Right now we're dry in Flagler County, but all this going to work your way as we progress throughout the next hour to two. Seeing a couple storms out getting going in northern Orange County, pretty close to Montverde, just to the south of Clay Island, and a few more out toward central and northern Sumter County. But we're dry around Orlando right now. Looks like a little showers popped up in central Volusia. Mainly dry, but we'll see more coverage again as we progress through the next couple of hours. You can see we do have that possibility here on the green. It's a low-end risk of severe weather, but it does mean that a couple of storms could include some gusty wind. That's the main concern. Now, if any storm interacts with that sea breeze boundary or another area of outflow, remember that's the gusty wind coming out of a storm, it could promote some brief rotation, but really not expecting any sort of large tornado threat. It's really the gusty wind and the frequent lightning and heavy rain that is our main hazard. You can see on our Fox weather model what does happen. This is a pretty good depiction of what's happening right now in the same areas closer to I-75, but through the evening drive, through 4 or 5 o'clock, more numerous storms, and one or two of these could be on the strong to severe side, fueled by that heat and humidity, and we're going to see those fade away once we get past dinner time or so, and then finally, with a little more dry air tomorrow, more of that dust. Still could see some spotty storms, but I think the coverage a little less for our Tuesday versus what we have seen, but still expecting some hit or miss showers and thunderstorms. The heat, that has certainly been a big story too. Garrett, over the last few days, we've had storm team alerts for a good bit of the last week for the heat or the storms, and it's still hot out there now. We have some spots getting up close to 108, including New Smyrna and Bushnell.
So the heat's not going anywhere?
No, it actually looks like it's going to be hotter over the next few days, and that's also compliments of the dust. The dust can kind of lock that heat and humidity, and it's kind of a stable layer, and it can kind of suppress the storms, but if one were to grow and kind of punch through that stable layer, that's how we get those stronger to severe storms like we saw closer to Ocala on Saturday.
And I mean, we saw over the past few days, you talked about the heat we've been dealing with, pushing records, breaking records in some cases.
We did. I know Claremont was one of those record-breaking spots. Highs were up in the upper 90s. We were close on Saturday, but just a couple degrees shy. But the heat's still going to be with us, and I think we might be just shy of heat advisory criteria this week, but we'll be pretty darn close again, it looks like, as we head through midweek onward.
Well, when you kind of get to that level, whether you're quite to that threshold of the heat advisory or just past it, it's still pretty hot.
It's still hot. I mean, even through this afternoon and evening, heat indices still could get back up close to 103, 104 degrees, and I think that's going to be the story again tomorrow, if not getting a little hotter, and it looks like that'll be the story into the weekend too.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, Garrett. I appreciate it.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Dawn reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. We are pleased to be joined this afternoon live by Senator Rick Scott, who is joining us live now via Zoom. Senator Scott, we always enjoy talking with you, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Garrett, it's always great to be with you.
So a lot of things for us to talk about here. I want to start by getting your thoughts on the passing of Lindsey Graham over the weekend, sudden, shocking, and your thoughts on a colleague of yours who I know you worked with for a number of years.
Well, it's a pretty sad day. I got into D.C. yesterday, and it's pretty sad because I usually saw Lindsey Monday afternoon, so it's just a sad day. He's a good person. He's one of the few people that came to Florida and campaigned for me when I ran for the Senate. He supported me when I ran against McConnell. He agrees that we need to have big changes up here. He's a great ally to, great friend to Israel, Ukraine, our military, the president. So, and what's nice about Lindsey is she knew where he stood on everything. He would tell you, he wouldn't do it behind your back. So just a good guy. So my heart goes out to his family. So.
President Trump has weighed in on a potential replacement for him. Do you have any thoughts on whether the governor in South Carolina should name his sister as his replacement?
So, I think it would be great if Lindsey's sister. Lindsey had a tough life. I think the way he's always explained to me, he grew up on they lived above a bar. His parents ran a bar, and so his parents died, I think, when he was 22. So he raised his sister from the time she was 13. So I think it'd be fantastic if she was chosen to replace him.
I want to ask you about the war in Iran here, because CENTCOM has said that the U.S. blockade is set to begin again at 4 o'clock. We know the president has been speaking about where things stand with the Strait of Hormuz, saying wants to implement a 20% toll on eligible cargo. And there has also been a number of waves of heavy strikes again in Iran. It appears the ceasefire is all but over. Your take, Senator, on where things stand with the conflict in Iran and whether there's a path for peace?
Well, the path for peace is all tied to what the Iranian regime does. President Trump doesn't want war. He's the last guy that wants to go to war, but also he's tired of Americans being killed, and he knows we can't allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. So unfortunately, probably the only way we're going to get this done is continue to destroy the Iranian regime. So I want to thank our military members, the men and women that are putting their lives at risk. I want to thank the president for being able to have the guts to make the decisions that other presidents wouldn't make to stop American death in the Middle East by Iran and its proxies, Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah. So we all want hope for peace, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. So if they do, they'll use it against Americans.
It seems there are some folks, though, who are frustrated by the way this process has played out. Senator, I'm wondering if you feel or share or recognize, some of those frustrations of folks who, have been watching this process, and it seems like every time there seems to be positive steps forward and a potential kind of end to this, that it seems like hostilities just start back over again.
Well, I think we all have to recognize that the Iranian regime wants to kill us, wants to destroy our ally Israel. So it's going to be hard, and it's going to be hard until they have to come to the table. And they don't have enough pressure today. I always thought it was going to be difficult, but I know this president wants peace, and he wants peace through strength. So I think my belief it was always going to be hard. But I'm with the president from the standpoint that I know he would like to get this behind us and get a regime there that just wants to live in friendship with other countries rather than trying to destroy other countries.
Talk to me about the status of the Save America Act, Senator. I know there's been a lot of talk about this, not just with the Senate, but also with the House. Does this remain a priority? Is this going to get called for a vote? I know the president has wanted to see it. It's a big priority. Where do things stand with that?
Well, I'm going to continue to sound the alarm that we got to get this passed. Republicans, Democrats, Independents all across the country want it passed. The only ones that don't want it passed are Democrats up here in D.C. because they know they can't win their re-elections without fraud. So I'm going to continue to push. I know there's other colleagues of mine. Lindsey Graham was a great advocate. Mike Lee, Ron Johnson, and I'm going to keep talking about it because it's what the American public wants. I think the two things we got to get done right now is make sure we don't shut down government October 1, which the Democrats want to do. And number two is get the Save America Act passed so we can make sure our elections are secure and actually the Americans feel comfortable that their elections are secure.
Are the votes there for it, Senator?
Absolutely. I mean, the way the Senate works is they always say, you have to have 60 votes for the filibuster. The filibuster only stops debate. So we ought to put it on the floor. Let's debate. If it takes 2 months to debate, let's debate for 2 months about it. Let the American public know where every U.S. senator is. And then at that point, it's just 60 votes to stop debate, and it's only 50 votes to pass it. We have 50 votes to pass it. Than with J.D. Vance. And I think by the time, if we debate it for a couple months, I think we'd probably get a lot of Democrats on board because the American public, Democrats want it, Republicans want it, Independents want it. So I continue to be optimistic, but it's up to the leadership. I know John Thune supports the bill. We just got to make sure we allocate the time.
Do you think Leader Thune is doing enough to get that bill passed in the Senate?
Well, to be in the leader is tough. John Thune is a good guy. He works hard. I'm a business guy. So success is when it happens. And so until we get it passed, there's always something more we can do.
Senator, first time I've had the chance to speak with you since the Supreme Court decision on birthright citizenship. I wonder if what your reaction is to that decision, and if you think Congress needs to take the lead on a potential constitutional amendment. As we have heard, it appears that many are calling for that in the aftermath of this.
Well, I don't think anybody believes that you come here as a tourist and you have a child, they become an American citizen, or you come here illegally and you have a child, they should become an American citizen. Or you use a surrogate, American surrogate, and they become a citizen. You don't even step foot on this country. So I think we're going to have to pass legislation, our constitutional amendment to fix this. But I think the American public knows that this is being taken advantage. We're being taken advantage of. So what it tells you is you got to clearly keep the border secure. You got to vet whoever's coming here to make sure that people aren't abusing our immigration system.
Senator, last thing here before I let you go. Another one of your longtime colleagues in the Senate made headlines over the past few days and over the past week. Mitch McConnell, a lot of questions and concerns about his health. And I'm just wondering, I know it's a tough situation, but I'm wondering if you have thoughts on what elected lawmakers and politicians owe to constituents and to the American people when it comes to their health and being transparent.
I think we have to be transparent. it's, people elect us. They want to know we can do our jobs, and they want to know we're doing our jobs. And so I think with regard to health issues, people ought to be transparent. So I hope Mitch McConnell is able to come back. I texted him right after he fell and went in and ended up in the hospital, and I heard back from him right away. But I didn't. Yesterday I texted him when he put out that post. I haven't heard back yet. But hopefully he's fine and he'll be back to the Senate soon. Hopefully it'll be this week. We need his vote. So I hope he'll get back here this week.
And one more thing here, Senator Scott, you just wrote an op-ed for Fox News saying, if Americans work 5 days a week, why can't the Senate? Just for folks who maybe haven't checked out your post today, what's the message there?
It's pretty simple. Most people work 40 hours a week, and that's 5 days a week. We don't. We come up here on Mondays. We start work at 5:30. We're done at 1:45 on Thursdays. So we ought to work 5 days a week. When I got the job in January 2019, I thought I was coming up here on Sunday night or Monday morning, finishing Friday night. That's what I did in my business life. And as a businessman, generally, I worked even more than that. I worked 7 days a week off, and I was always on call. And so I think we got a lot of issues we got to deal with in this country. We've got a lot of problems. We got to figure out how to get the cost of living down all across the country, get more jobs. We had a lot of issues to deal with. And so we're clearly not getting it done by working in 2.5 days a week.
Senator Rick Scott, we always appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You do the same. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Let's talk a little space here, because NASA last week released its draft request for proposals for a replacement for the International Space Station. We have talked about this process and how its lifespan is kind of coming to an end, but that does not mean the end for space stations. But there will be likely some changes in what that might look like and all of that. So joining joining us live now to talk about this is Zach Aubert, who is the CEO of the Launchpad Network, joining us live now via Zoom. Zach, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. It's an exciting time looking at the future of space.
So let's talk about this draft request for proposals. Obviously, this is, a part of the process that may in itself not necessarily be the most exciting. But what did we learn from this RFP that NASA released?
Yeah, looking back the last few months, a lot of changes and not changes at NASA. Ever since that ignition event led by Jared, a lot of questions came up on the future of a lot of the space program, and a big one was the space station. They said, NASA put out this vision years ago of multiple space stations replacing the ISS so that there's lots of options, but they're not the only customer. Rather than NASA and its partner agencies owning a station, they want to become a customer in commercial stations, and it's a great way forward to hopefully open up low Earth orbit economy. But they also let out this vision, and we haven't really seen a lot of movement towards it. There are a couple stations currently in development of their first habitats, but we're not anywhere, I think, where NASA was hoping we would be at the point that we're now looking towards in the next 5-6 years before the ISS gets discontinued and retired. So they took a step back and they said, well, maybe we need to launch a NASA module, a core module that other people can build onto. And very quickly, the industry said, no, we don't want that. So NASA's like, okay. And now we've come out with this new RFP asking companies to put out their proposals for NASA funding to help fund more private space stations. There's 4 or 5 companies that we expect proposals to come from, SpaceX being one of them, Blue Origin, Axiom, Vast, and Voyager. So we'll have to wait to see what proposals we see. We've kind of had an idea this was coming for a while, so I'm sure these companies already have some ideas on what the future of low Earth orbit can look like, but they don't have a ton of time. These proposals are due within a few weeks. NASA's moving really fast. I don't think we've ever seen them move this quickly in making decisions. And now the question is, do they have the money to back this, the speed they want to move at?
Not a ton of time and a lot of requirements in this RFP as well. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, so they want to be one of many customers going to stations, but NASA has its requirements. I think the biggest thing, we all don't want to lose out this consistency of having someone in low Earth orbit. For almost my entire life, we've had someone in orbit, and I don't want us to lose that. It's an amazing thing. But the requirements for the science that they want to do, the safety recommendations and requirements for NASA, and like you said, the money. Space stations aren't cheap. You're operating them 24/7, and so there's a lot of requirements. And there's a lot of things I don't think we have been told about yet of what the NASA or its partner agencies want to see. Keep in mind, this is a NASA RFP, not necessarily all of the governments that currently operate the ISS.
So what would that look like? NASA being one of many customers, what would the kind of fallout or the ramifications or implications of that be?
I guess kind of think of it almost like a hotel, an Airbnb. You want to send up a scientist for 6 months to study 3D printing heart tissue. Okay, great. You contact the space station. Do you have a module or a part of a module available and a sleeping quarters? And then you would book into that. That's at least the vision I have of where we're trying to get to, because then it opens up, if I want to go privately, if I have the money to book into the station, that's phase 1. Now I need a ride there and back. But that's where we're trying to, it seems, see the commercial industry go. And that private companies would own and operate their stations like a hotel in space, just a long-term hotel.
You talked about the importance of having a continuous human presence in orbit. Why is that so important? Why do you think we need that and need to continue that?
I think space has had such a unifying factor. We have all of our issues here on Earth, but when you look at us in low Earth orbit and you look at the ISS, it's probably the one time for the last 25 years, even for countries that don't necessarily like each other on Earth, we work together in space and it works. And I think it shows that if we have this kind of, unifying factor, if you do something wrong, we're all going to die. We end up working well together and we end up learning a lot. So much stuff that impacts our daily life here came out of the Apollo Apollo program and now comes out of the International Space Station. And we're starting to see some of those capabilities to open up more of that impact happening. And the only way to do that is by having people in space. We saw SpaceX testing this rapid return capsule, the Starfall, a couple weeks ago. There's a couple other companies out of Europe working on it. If we can start 3D printing, tissue in space to do transplants, I've talked to companies for years that they're ready to, mass replicate these printers that are proving to work. The issue is we bring stuff back every 3 to 4 months. We need to be starting to bring stuff back weekly and then eventually daily. And to do that, we need much bigger stations and we need people up there constantly.
I want to ask you about the timeline here. The ISS set to be deorbited by 2030. Zach, we're in 2026. We're halfway through 2026. That's 3.5 years, 4 years. Is this a realistic timetable to decommission the ISS and have a replacement?
Decommissioning won't be hard. We know the vehicle. It's going to be a Dragon, cargo Dragon, I believe, that we already have used. It's going to have a custom trunk built for the deorbit. So we know how we're going to do it. We know how we'll bring the ISS down. The timeline of a replacement, I think that's where we're all holding our breath. If you asked me this a year ago, I said not a chance that we'd be ready for 2030. Maybe 2032, 33, 34, we can have something up there. But I think the biggest thing we need to keep in mind is we're not going to have an ISS replacement in that year. We're going to have a module or two, like early ISS years. We're not going to have a football field stadium size station in the next 3 to 5 years. But maybe we can be lucky enough that we have 3 or 4 1 or 2 module stations. And that's where we're seeing this timeline excel. I think if you look at NASA in the last 6 months compared to the last 6 years, they're moving fast. Jared, with his team and leadership, are rapidly advancing new programs. We're seeing all these new rover missions and satellite missions and nuclear program to go to Mars. And we're seeing stuff that's almost out of movies at how fast they're trying to work. So I think if there was a time that we're going to do it, we're really lucky to have the administrator and the team we have in place until 28. And that's also a big caveat. We have a general election coming up before a lot of these deadlines, which likely means possibly the change of an administrator and a change of a White House, and not getting political in it. But there is differences every time the White House changes on how much support NASA has. We have a president that supports the race to the moon right now. And so we'll have to see how that impacts low Earth orbit. China has its own space station. India is preparing to build its own space station. We're really stepping into this becoming a race in low Earth orbit and to the moon.
30 seconds left here, Zach. What does the future in low Earth orbit look like?
I hope in the next decade it becomes where cruising was 20, 30 years ago, where if you have a substantial amount of money, you can go there for a vacation. I think a lot of people see that, with the hope that another decade or two after that, the everyday person can go to low Earth orbit. I think that's a stepping stone to us becoming multiplanetary. But to do that, we need commercial partners and we need government partners all to work together, and we need people leading that vision. And I think right now we're lucky to have that. Fingers crossed we have the money backing to do it.
That's certainly crazy, but really cool to think about. Zach Aubert, CEO of the Launchpad Network, thanks so much for joining us here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me.
Always enjoy talking with Zach about those kinds of things, and it really is just fascinating to think about what the future might hold when it comes to space stations. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We are out of time for today, but our live streaming news coverage does not stop here. So if you're watching us on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, any of our other digital platforms, that will continue on the other side of this break. If you're watching us here on Fox 35, we'll have more news coming up for you in a little bit. But thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. Have a great afternoon, and I will see you next time.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. So I want to give you a quick update here because we just got a post on Truth Social from President Trump saying that President Trump will be making a speech to the nation on Thursday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So we don't know exactly what that might entail or what that maybe the topic of that. You would certainly expect updates on Iran, but we're not sure what exactly might be on the president's mind with that. So I just wanted to let you know of that is that the president just made that post. I want to get you live right now to the Senate floor, where any minute now the Senate is going to honor Lindsey Graham, the late senator from South Carolina. The Senate chaplain is speaking right now, and we're going to go ahead and listen in live.
Strength and peace to his family, friends, colleagues, and all who mourn his passing. Surround them with your presence in the days ahead and remind them of the hope that endures even in the midst of grief. May this time of remembrance inspire us to value service over self-interest, compassion over division, and hope over despair. O Lord, support us all the day long until the shadows lengthen and the evening comes, and the world is hushed, and the fever of life is over, and our work is done. We pray in the name of him who said, I am the resurrection and the life. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Matthew A. Schwartz of New York to be United States Circuit Judge for the Second Circuit.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa is recognized.
It's a sad day for all of us in the Senate, and particularly those that are very, very close to Lindsey Graham, and that would be most senators and obviously his staff. So I'd like to take a moment to honor the life of our fellow senator, Lindsey Graham. We were shocked by the sad news yesterday of his untimely death. Senator Graham was a devoted public servant. Through his military service as a colonel in the U.S. Air Force and Air National Guard, as well as being elected to office continually since 1992. Senator Graham was a very forceful and quick-witted presence in every room that he entered. His warm nature made everyone his friend, and I feel blessed to be one of them. A few feet from right here is the Senate cloakroom. Frequently, Senator Graham would hold court there, and in holding court, he was making every senator laugh, no matter what the challenge we were dealing with on that particular day. He was infectious in the way he told a story. And of course, there was always a punchline. I was no stranger to being the butt of his jokes. Senator Graham loved to tell people how frugal I was, and that if I were ever to open my billfold, dust and moss would come out of it. I don't know how many times I've heard that. Senator Graham always brought a smile to your face and levity to the halls of Congress. Senator Graham was no stranger to my home state of Iowa, as its first in the nation for presidential elections in the year 2016, when he announced he was going to run for president. I had the privilege of showing him around a time or two during his campaign for president, and he was a fan of the good people of my state of Iowa, identifying with our shared values of hard work, of faith, and genuine care for one another. I also worked closely with Senator Graham on the Senate budget and judiciary committees, and we worked together for decades. He was a coveted ally on legislation, and as chairman of those committees, he was always fair and he was always productive. From Supreme Court confirmations to criminal justice reform and border security, having Senator Graham in your corner was a great asset. He will be remembered for his many accomplishments as a national figure for the Republican Party. Senator Graham deeply loved his country. He was a bold leader, an impassioned national security hawk. He spoke his mind, as we all know, and we all know that he had the capability and the desire to work across the aisle. He was at the center of some of the most famous deal-making groups in the past 30 years. He loved the Senate as an institution, and his hardworking staff was like family to him. Most importantly, he dutifully served the people of South Carolina, and his roots ran strong through him every day of his life. Barbara and I are praying for Senator Graham's family as we all grapple with the loss of the great man. And I think we can show our appreciation for the hard work as just 2 days before he passed, he was in Ukraine meeting with Zelensky, and he was announcing that he was going to move forward some very important legislation, putting additional sanctions on Russia because of their invasion of Ukraine. And I think we can show our gratitude and appreciation of Senator Graham by moving that legislation forward. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
And you see flowers on the desk of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, as he was honored by Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican from Iowa and a longtime colleague. If you missed our interview with Senator Rick Scott just moments ago, we also got his reaction to the death of his colleague there. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to come on our live streaming news coverage, so don't go anywhere on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us live on this Monday afternoon on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A new report from Parcel shows that 1 in 7 homes for sale across the entire country is in Florida. That's 14% of homes for sale in America in Florida. That's despite Florida only accounting for about 8% of the nation's homes. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with Robin Openshaw, who is a business owner, who is a Florida real estate investor. She owns properties in 3 different Florida counties, and we talked with her about what she's seeing on the market and some of the reasons for what we're seeing when it comes to these numbers with the market here in Florida.
Well, we came to Florida because we were in lockdowns and we weren't really in agreement with where we were living, and we liked what DeSantis was doing, and we felt like this might be a better long-term move for us. We liked the freedom that Florida seemed to offer.
And then, this new report from Parcel showing that, 1 in 7 homes for sale in America is in Florida. We only have around 8% of the country's homes. I mean, are you also seeing these trends as someone who's managing rental properties?
Yeah, so I sold a bunch of rental properties in Utah and brought my business as well as my capital reinvested in rental properties here in Florida. And since then, I've learned that Florida is really the canary in the coal mine, and that when markets shoot up, Florida goes up first. And when markets around the country crash, Florida tends to be first. So this is probably that canary in the coal mine. And lots of real estate analysts have been predicting a big market correction, if not crash, in real estate. Because who are the buyers going to be? With the prices soaring like they did from 2020 to 2023, my children are in their 20s and 30s and they can't buy a home. They're just taking it off the list of things to even hope for in their lives. Like they don't even think they'll ever own a home. And so I don't know who the buyers would be if we don't see a real estate crash. So, people my age, I'm almost a boomer. I'm a year or two younger than the boomers. I'm Gen X. But people my age, they want to keep the equity in their house. But for the sake of our kids, I wouldn't mind seeing a real estate crash if it made housing more affordable for them.
With your rental properties, what age range are you seeing with your clients?
Oh, I have mostly like families and graduate students in my tenants. And it used to be that we could be really, really picky about tenants. And now it's hard to get a good tenant. It's hard to get one with a good credit score. It's hard to get one that has first and last month and security deposit. And so we're having to make accommodations for tenants where we had the pick of the crop 6 years ago.
And how has that changed the calculus? I mean, have you also purchased additional rental properties since 2020? Like, is it like a couple a year? Like, how many properties have you bought, I guess, since you've been here?
So I was buying rental properties in 2020, but as of about 2020 to 2023, I actually sold a bunch because I was concerned about just what I think we're in the beginning stages of. I was concerned about real estate coming down because it went up so fast, and the fact that tenants weren't able to pay the rents that were required with the higher cost of real estate. And so I have not been buying the last 4 years. In fact, I've been rotating into other assets that I hope will value it. And, I'm not necessarily going to be here in 25 years. So I didn't want to buy real estate that I then have to sit in for 25 years for it to come back up to the price that I paid for it. 'Cause that has happened. And in fact, it's happened in my life that I've bought a property that I had to wait 15 years for it to come back to what I paid for it in the great financial crisis.
Yeah, and does it, because, in 2008, we ended up having to downsize, like my parents' home. Is it What about this kind of canary in the coal mine situation is similar to 2008, 2009? And what about it is potentially different?
Well, I think it's similar in that we are sitting on some cracking ground under our feet. I don't think it's going to be subprime mortgages this time, but I think that we have a lot of things showing strain in our economy. We have a huge affordability crisis, and we have huge corporations buying up a lot of the real estate. So not so many mom and pop landlords like me. We are a tiny minority compared to what we used to be. We have private credit, which is a new category since the great financial crisis, where these big companies are blocking the exits and investors can't get out. A lot of people are predicting that that's going to be what cracks, that sends the dominoes falling. But I mean, I hope I'm wrong about all of it. There's also the big AI bubble, right? We just saw the biggest IPO in the history of IPOs, and more and more people are starting to call attention to what a potential problem that is.
And then, as far as the real estate market in general, I mean, as far as the whole U.S., we're down about 364,000 fewer homes based on some of the stats from that same parcel report across the U.S. I mean, so less homes in the market, higher prices. I mean, what is the boiling point here as someone who's, who for her livelihood has to keep track of these home prices?
Yeah, I actually think that it's a myth that we have this housing shortage. I think we have an affordable housing shortage, but I actually think we have a housing glut. And there's all kinds of corruption and gaming going on where you're not seeing all the inventory. So I can't really defend that thesis here in this format, but I actually think that when you got boots on the ground and you're a landlord like I am, and you're having to actually lower rents. I've lowered my rents in Santa Rosa Beach twice in the last few years, and it's a radically different time to find a tenant than it was 5 years ago. I think we have a housing surplus. And a lot of boomers are sitting on empty units. And so I think we had a housing shortage in 2020, 2021. But part of that is because a lot of us were just refusing to rent out our properties. I was sitting on properties that I just refused to rent out with all the problems that were going on.
And you hear stories sometimes about how sometimes it may be more, or it may just be less work to just leave a unit empty rather than having, a subpar tenant in there who maybe, can't always pay or isn't the best. You're saying you have to kind of take on some riskier tenants. What's that like as a really a small business owner almost?
Yeah, it's really frustrating to have tenants where you can tell that their financial stresses are now yours, and they're paying rent late. Like what's today, July 7th, and I have a tenant that hasn't paid yet, and so we have to bite our nails, wondering if we can make our payments because the tenant isn't making hers. And the downstairs, it's a duplex, the downstairs, they racked up $480 in late payments too. And so, everybody thinks that it's a bunch of rich landlords and everybody sides with the tenants. And I feel bad for the tenants too. Their pay hasn't kept up with the increase in the cost of living. I absolutely feel for them, and I've lowered my rents multiple times. But people aren't realizing that the landlord has to make a house payment too.
What is the margin, I guess, between rent and the mortgage payment that you have to pay on the house? I mean, is there a lot of wiggle room at all?
So some of my properties are paid off, but I know people on my beach street in Palm Coast. I have seen 7 properties sell to landlords who are putting in the short-term rental pool, and I am seeing them not rent it. Okay, so everybody was rage spending after COVID, and they were going on vacation because all the pent-up demand from being trapped in their homes. I don't think Floridians necessarily know what the rest of us live through, but I think that a lot of short-term rental landlords are not making their payments, and they are underwater, and they are starting to list. And so, as you said, There's a lot of listings coming on in Florida. Every time I go out, if I haven't been out in 2 weeks, some direction, I'm seeing more and more and more houses listed. And sometimes they'll unlist them because they'll realize, especially if it's not a rental property, they'll realize, oh, if I sell this and I'm locked in right now at 3% or 3.5%, I'm going to have to go somewhere else and pay 6.5% or 7%. So that is suppressing a lot of the listings that would be on the market. So we've seen a lot of people who list and then they unlist. But on my street, when I bought it in 2022, we had no short-term rentals, and now we have 7. On one street that dead ends on the Atlantic Ocean, we have 7 short-term rentals, and there just aren't tenants in there. And so I'm just looking at those 7 houses and thinking there are some very stressed out owners who are probably having a hard time making their payment. So the people who bought in 2022, they don't have a margin. They don't have positive cash flow. The prices that they paid and the rents that they can get and the vacancies that I'm seeing, I think that a whole lot of short-term rental owners especially are underwater.
So we will continue to watch that data and these reports that are coming in. Certainly interesting findings, and we'll see where things go from here. Well, let me give you a live look right now in Philadelphia. We are a few hours away from the start of the Home Run Derby, and then tomorrow the All-Star Game. You'll be able to watch that All-Star Game on Fox 35. So always exciting to see what happens on the field, especially with some of the stars, the young stars like Junior Caminero of the Tampa Bay Rays. But it was also a weekend for fans of the Rays to look back, not necessarily to the future, but to the past, and honor one of the all-time greats. That would be Evan Longoria, who had his number retired at the Tropicana Field over the weekend, and we had the chance to hear from him about what that step meant to him.
The field and Shields and Foley pull the cord there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to hold in the emotions as best I can, outwardly, but inwardly, I mean, I think, the Rays have, they've been planning this for so long, and the details were all super special. So I'm glad we had, some old familiar faces up there to do it, and just made it even that much more special.
Was there one emotion, one moment when you realized it's real?
Yeah, I mean, when the thing comes off and you're next to, Zim, being up there next to Zim, I think is just well thought out, and just something that every time I come back here, I'll be able to kind of look back and have those same emotions come back, because obviously Zim was super special to me, and it's just a reminder of just great times, really.
What is that to have Foley up there too, given how you got number 3 in the first place?
Yeah, exactly. I think it was fitting. He was actually a last-minute fill-in, but it ended up being perfect. So I'm glad he's here. We had Steve Henderson here last night, and I think Hickey's going to be here today. And so, just filling out that staff and those people being able to talk about old memories, and it's just really cool.
What is that moment of realization, knowing that no one will ever wear the number 3 in this franchise history again?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great number, so it's unfortunate for some people. I know there's probably a lot of people that would love to wear number 3, but yeah, I mean, it's not something that I was ever like. I never thought I don't want somebody to wear it again. If I would have been gone a couple of years and they asked me, I couldn't tell you what I would have said. But I have been pretty vocal about me loving the number and it being special to me too. So now that it's up there and it's not going to be worn again, it's pretty cool.
You spent 10 years, best parts of your career here, I'd say. What does it mean to you, for the city, all your friends, Shields up there?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's been so excited, and I said it yesterday. I mean, I was trying to embrace it as much as I can because I've been so anxious about it too. I've just been wanting it to go so well for everybody, and like top to bottom. I mean, they've had so many people working on this, so you just want it to go really smoothly, and now being able to kind of take a deep breath, and this is kind of like the culmination of it. It's gone so well, better than I could have ever imagined, and it's also super special to just be like to see my family so happy too. Like I know everybody that's here is like so excited to be here and really enjoying it, and so that's really what it means.
Yeah, and then on the ball toss behind home plate too, right?
I wish that one guy would have caught it. That would have been the culmination of it all. It would have been perfect, but he dropped it. But it was again I made kind of a nod to that in the speech yesterday, and that was something along with the violins that I felt like came to be I kind of be known for, and people expected it, and there'd be like people waiting back there behind home plate and stuff. So it just felt fitting to include that in the speech, and then to have this done. They might have done that on the fly. Did you guys plan that? They might have done that, but it made sense. And again,
Evan Longoria speaking over the weekend about an emotional weekend for him, and big crowds out there paying tribute to Longo after a great career as a Ray, and now that number 3 will never be worn again. Well, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're out of time here. 4.5 hours we've been live streaming throughout the day. I want to hand things off now to the Fox 35 Storm team. Got to be tracked.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.